Change.
Yeah, good. Okay, let's go. Good morning to everybody. We have about 20 minutes here, which we're going to be using just for imparting some information to committee members. Then we will act on the first bill that we will be hearing this session at 10 o'clock. So on the ride down today, I had a pretty lengthy conversation with Caitlin Davis over at DOE regarding our presentation we're going to be given on January the 17th. That's going to be at Granite State College. And we'll get directions for you. If you don't know where that is, it's just on the other side of town here, not more than a 10-minute drive from here. But they have a room over there, a conference room, that has all the bells and the whistles and the technology to facilitate the presentation that she's going to be presenting, and other directors at the department. So we'll have a lot of opportunity to learn about these programs. So I ask that everybody try to make an effort to get there. This is going to be an important aspect of what we're doing. What they have the capability of streaming too. We're going to decide today whether they have to do that. We have a number of times when the Education Committee has taken field trips, and we've gone to various schools, whether it be down in the southern part of the state, up in the northern part of the state, or going to some small charter schools which don't have streaming capability. When we do these types of activities, we're not taking any action. We never take action like that at all on a bill, or we just go to learn and observe and to see the programs that are in effect. So there are going to be times when it's not streamed, and it just can't be streamed. So I want to find out whether we have to do it over there as well. They have the capability, so I have no problems in doing it. I think it'd be great for the public to see it as well, even those that are home that couldn't make it here for some reason. So that's the 17th. Last night, I also went through and reviewed the bills that are already on the web that have been taken from LSR to bill fashion. And we have now 40 bills. And of those bills, there's 13 to 15 of them that have FNs after them, the financial notes. That means they're early bills, and they're going to have to be dealt with. We know we have probably 40 bills there. We're going to have another 60 bills hitting us. And of that, there's going to be more of them. Early bills have to be out of this committee by February the 16th. We're looking at about 1 month. And these early bills oftentimes are bills which the hearing process is longer than it is for some of the other bills, seeing we're also discussing the implications that are associated with that financial note, and in terms of policy decisions that have to be made, staffing issues, all that. So they take a little bit longer to schedule. So I'm looking now at when we're going to start scheduling this. We got to start hopping on our early bills immediately. So next week, I meet with Lindsay, our administrative assistant, and Jen later on this morning sometime, and try to get the schedule built. Our schedules have to be submitted for the calendar by noon or 12:30 today on Wednesdays, when we have to have that all done. Unfortunately, we're just receiving these bills like last night, and the speaker is doing more today. So we'll do the best we can, but I believe we're going to have meetings next week on the 18th and the 19th. That is the Wednesday and the Thursday following our Tuesday presentation over at Granite State. So mark in your calendars those dates. That would be the 18th and the 19th. Those are all going to be primarily bills with FN numbers FN on the back of those House bills. So we're going to be dealing with those early bills. So there's potential on some of them to do maybe 6 a day, counting on, well, those bills sometimes take 30 to 40 to, over 60 minutes, depending upon the nature and the complications and the issues associated with the bill. So, and I don't want to have to rush through some of this. I want to be able to do it carefully. And so it'd be probably maybe 6 like a day, maybe 7, or maybe we can work in a non-FN bill and polish that off during the time. When we schedule hearings, we schedule specific times the bills will be heard. So the public knows when they're going to be, when they're going to be heard. So if we finish a bill early, let's say in 20 or 30 minutes, and we schedule 45 minutes for it, it's just basically a break for us. We can't schedule anything else in there at that time. And we can't, and we're not going to do this year, do any execing of anything. In the past, we had a little line underneath the day of the bills, may exec bills that have been previously heard. So we could pump anything in there and maybe get it done. This year, the only way we will ever do that if we have unanimous consent, if we have both parties agreeing, and we can get that out of the way, get over it to Paul Smith and get it heard in the floor and move it on to the second committee or to the Senate. So that's where we are with those bills. On the 20th, that's Friday, I do have a trustee meeting on the 19th and the 20th of next week. I'm going to skip the 19th meeting and be there down in Durham on the 20th. So that takes care of that week. The following week, I think you guarantee having 3 days every week that we're going to be. You just guarantee in 3 days, and we'll try to hit those middle 3 days, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Mondays, I said I try not to touch. So if you're scheduling appointments there, or Fridays, go ahead and do the same thing. I know that there are some even today that have doctor's appointments, and you just got to do that. You know, to get into Hitchcock, it takes a month to just try to get the call received by them, and then another month to get it scheduled, and another month to go down to the meeting of that consultation where it's been rescheduled. So if you can get a meeting with a doc, get it and take it. So don't let this hold you back. We won't be execing any of these bills for a while. We won't be execing them. When we do exec the bills, you'll see them in the calendar. They got to be noticed in the calendar. And all we do is put, for example, we start at 9 o'clock and we list the bills we're execing. We don't list specific times for when we exec. So we can jump around, you know, and just take up any bill we want during that day. And we oftentimes will do that. We'll say, well, we got 20 minutes left. Where's the bill? I'll oftentimes meet with Representative Myler or Representative Luno, and I'll say, okay, which ones can you guys agree to and not agree to, and where are we? And we can just polish it off. So that's where the way that works. Are there any questions now regarding where we are? And we have about 10 minutes here before we, Representative Cascadon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Who do we notify if we must be absent?
You should notify your ranking, you would represent
Ranking member.
Representative Myler, or if you can't, Representative Luno.
Okay.
They will notify, we have to notify your leadership, the minority leadership, and it has to be notified in the majority leadership 24 hours in advance. So if you're knowing you're going to be out, now, if you're going to be out, that's for exec sessions. On the hearing side, I can conduct a hearing here, or we can conduct a hearing with one person present. A hearing is a different beast than executive sessions. Executive sessions, you need to have a quorum. But on hearing, there are days that it may be snowing really hard down the southern part of the state, northern part. And that's the way it's been lately. Doesn't have as much snow unless you're right up in the ski country. And we can make it down, and we can have that hearing. And so that's what we'll try to do. If the shop is open here, if the Capitol is open, I'm inclined to go ahead with hearings. I was an administrator up in Alaska for 25 years, and we never called off schools because of snow or ice. Never. They were not called. The only time they were called off once when the volcano went off and we had ash in the air, and you couldn't drive anything for fear of, losing your engine. So we will go ahead. I will always say yes, Now, if you can't come to a hearing, that's okay, because that's, I don't want you getting yourself in an unsafe situation or getting hurt coming down, or if something doesn't start, too cold, etc. Stay home. That's fine. Because on a hearing, we are not making any decisions at all. We're just listening.
You can always watch the
Well,
hearing.
first, you can watch it on YouTube
That's
if you have to.
exactly.
But I haven't heard anything. In the past, deals were made with local hotels to get a really cheap rate if people had to stay over, and I haven't heard anything. I'm just thinking of people like Rep. Cascadon, who it takes 2.5 hours to get here. And I remember at the time, the rate at the hotels was just about equal to the mileage. So it sometimes makes sense to stay over, but have you heard anything?
There is a list I think the Holiday Inn maybe one.
Yeah, there's several that.
And I don't know if new
discounts.
people knew.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right,
Oh, okay.
yeah, we can get that list.
Yeah, it's worth looking at that list too. I know that oftentimes I couldn't get back up to Haverhill. It's about an hour and a half drive one way, and I stay at the Hampton Inn for $40 a night, and that's just right over in Bow. So check them all out. There are some good deals. I know that's what Speaker Chandler, when he came down from up north, up in Bartlett, up in Grafton Notch and all that. He used to stay down here often at the Holiday Inn or one of his favorite places, and they got to know him and they gave him the same room all the time. So take advantage of that. Unfortunately, you got to pay for it too. You get a little travel, but yes.
Thanks. Just to Corinne's question a little bit too, and I think to the point you made earlier, that unlike last session where bills could be exec at the call of the chair following a hearing day, that's not going to happen unless as Rick
There's
said,
agreement.
everybody's in agreement. So we're really talking about, and not all, but consent calendar type bills, where there's widespread agreement across the committee. So if Corinne, or anybody can't make it to a hearing because of weather, because of, you're under the weather or something like that, you don't feel like you need to get a sub for that, because nothing's going to happen in your absence. That wasn't the case last session, and we had the same number of bills last session. So there were times where things had to move through. All that being said, Rick, you've mentioned that February 16th is a due out. So and I'm not looking at my calendar, so I don't know what that day. Is that a Thursday?
Yeah.
So it's really the 15th if they're going to be in the calendar for the following week. So I suspect if so that we're not execing a ton of bills on one day and having a ton of bills hit the floor all at the same time, you may be you're probably looking at a few exec days prior to.
Oh, yes, and
Mid-February.
that is so, Representative Luno. And I can recall a number of times, whether it was Representative Guile here or Representative Balboni that was running at that time, or Mel or myself, that, remember, we also have to have their committee reports written. And we have been coming right down to the wire where they have to be submitted out by 12 o'clock on a given day. And we're acting on it at 11:30, and so 12. So we have to have those. When we get down like that, that's where I have to start working very closely with Representative Myler and Representative Luno and Representative Cordelli here to make sure that we have all that in place, so that, because it's going to have to go to Lindsay. Lindsay has to look it over, has to go upstairs to Jennifer Ford. They look at that for other issues upstairs, all our reports. Then it comes down and goes back over to Paul Smith and then to the Speaker's office. And all this has to transpire so they can get this in the calendar later on in that same week. So it's real crunch time, and people are pretty harried at about that time. So running around everywhere.
So Rick, as you're sort of putting together our work path, leading up to this February 16th and then leading up to crossover day, but particularly on the first stage of this leading up to February 16th, if you can let us know what your thoughts are for the 2 or 3 exec days, so that we can at least,
I can tell you right now, for example, when we're going to have the hearings coming up here next week, we're going to be taking those FN bills. You can look at the list. You can see, well, all the EFA bills are going to be there. There's some bills dealing with breakfast and meal programs going to be there. There's some rewriting adequacy formula that's going to be there. So you can pretty much tell which bills we're going to have to handle there. But the exec sessions, then we're going to try to take care of some of these bills as quickly as we can, or at least a week or two before they have to be out, if it's possible, seeing that we oftentimes get an exec session, and we do find times when we want to have an amendment. And so we have to have time to write the amendment. And it's really contrary to my position where I want to send the bill to the House floor where I know it's not right or the best that we can do. If we have to have floor amendments in the House, that's not my thing. So let's try to take care of it here. If we're not ready to send it out, then we got to work on it. That's our job. But I do not want to send a bill over to the Senate and say, well, the Senate's going to fix it. They usually don't fix it, and they make it worse. And so that's it. They may be our neighbors, but sometimes they're not our friends. So we got to, and I've said that publicly, even at the well in the House. So I'm really cautious. So let's try to get our work done here. And so we're closing in here in 3 minutes. Any other, questions or
So
concerns?
just to comment on that, Rick, so there's basically 5 weeks between now and when we need to have those
Yeah.
those early bills leaving our committee. So as soon as you can sort of get us what your thoughts are on maybe an exec during the final, not next week, but the final week of January.
Yeah, we want
Something like that.
we want to get them out on the
then-
House floor, as fast as we can.
And
That's
then first and
our
second
goal.
week of February.
Yeah. Right.
Something like that. So,
And there may be some of these bills too we're dealing with that are going to go to more than 2 committees.
Mm-hmm.
We could have something going in the criminal justice. We could go in the health and human services. There are possibilities there, and the finance. So
and then a fun fact that I learned from Jen a few years ago was when you take a look at you look at all the bills that have come to education, and you click on bill status, you'll see the date that it has to leave the committee, and that really is the determination of whether it's an early bill. Because some bills with fiscal notes are not early bills. A few.
we used to get a packet from the clerk's office on the early bills, and it was just in a folder, and it had a big E on it and all that. We don't get that anymore. And all we do is we get this long list that you can pull up on the web as well, and you look at status and all these FN bills, there's nothing there. There's no dates at this point in time.
No dates.
And so
They're on the system. They're in the system.
they may be in the system, but
Yeah, you have to click on status though. You don't
Yeah.
get it on that.
And that's right, and you got to go to it to get it. But in the case of this one, I'm just assuming that all these FN bills are going to have to get out of here quickly, and that's probably a good assumption. So what we're going to do right now, we're right at 10 o'clock, and so let's get on to our hearings here. The first hearing, if you have your calendars, you can see the order in which we take these up. The first one's going to be HB 71. And HB 71 is repealing a Department of Education report on charter public school funding. So do we have a representative here? Do we have any pink cards? Okay. Representative Mooney, welcome. Now, for all those that are first timers, you see what Representative Mooney's doing right now. She's handing in that pink card, which also states her name, where she's from, what she's doing, the time that's necessary. And, I hope she put a reasonable time down there. 3 minutes, wonderful. On 3 days. Okay, so once again, Representative Mooney's here today, and she's speaking to this bill dealing with repealing the Department of Education report on charter public school funding. Welcome to our committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to members of the committee. By means of introduction, I am Representative Maureen Mooney from the town of Merrimack, Hillsborough County, District 12. I'm the prime sponsor of House Bill 71, which you'll hear this morning. Now, this bill should be relatively simple. It repeals RSA 194-B:11, Roman 1, section lowercase e, from the Charter School Funding chapter of the law, which reads as follows. It's very brief, but I'm going to read to you the section in the law that my bill wishes to delete, repeal. as follows. Quote, Section E, the Commissioner of the Department of Education shall submit a report to the Fiscal Committee of the General Court for each payment made in a fiscal year by the state to a chartered public school pursuant to paragraph C. For each chartered public school, the report shall contain the name and address of the school, the amount of the payment, and the number of students currently enrolled at the school. Each report shall be submitted no later than 30 days after the payment date specified in subparagraph C. Close quote. The reason for this deletion is due to a law change in 2016 causing the reporting requirement to now be moot. I'm going to defer questions about that 2016 rule change to those that will speak after me as they were here at that time. With that, I'm going to close my testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any questions are you willing to take any questions?
As best I can, yes.
Okay. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Mooney. I'm just wondering what kind of reporting there is on the charter school payments if this bill is repealed.
Excellent question. Thank you, Representative, for that. I'm going to defer that to, just in the best interest of time, to the DOE that will be testifying after me. I think just in the interest of time, that would be a more concise, accurate answer. But thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much, Representative. We don't have any other pink cards up here, but is the department, is it Representative, you got upgraded again. Diana Fenton? We will just need a card for, a pink one for technical information. You got it. Good.
I'm so pleased with myself. Good morning, everyone. My name is Diana Fenton. I'm an attorney with the Department of Education. You will soon learn that I usually come before you with information as it pertains to child safety and criminal background checks, code of conduct issues. I'm a former prosecutor from another lifetime, so that is my only skill set. So Frank Edelblut said, you're going to do child safety initiatives. I'm here today filling in for Caitlin Davis, so I assure you I have really big shoes to fill. And I cannot answer all the questions that she will answer for you next Tuesday on the 17th when you go to the training at Granite State. But this bill was a request by the Department of Education. So thank you to Representative Mooney for bringing it forward. This bill is in response to a law change from 2016, which quite simply made the reporting requirement a non-issue. It made it moot. The change allowed for a warrant to be drawn, so there was no need for a report. As to your question that you alluded to, all of this information as to charter school funding is on the department's website. And so this report requirement is just taking up staff time that could be utilized for other things. And so that's why the department asked that this bill be brought forward. Again, I am playing the role of Caitlin Davis, big shoes to fill, as I'm sure you know, and I'm going to request that any questions, technical questions about charter school funding be deferred until the presentation next week, if that's okay.
So I waved Caitlin as she was going up to Laconia today. When I was driving south, she was driving north.
Did you pass by her?
Yeah, well, I saw her going up the road when the two lanes were closed. But so this is a bill that's being put forth. It's one of those technical bills put forth by the department.
Correct.
Okay.
It's a technical change bill. What will happen is the department will identify areas in the statute that are no longer necessary. They might conflict with other laws, or in this particular instance, another law was passed which made this unnecessary. But because it's still on the books, it has to be followed, and it's taking up staff time that could be utilized for other purposes. So that's why, if you want to, you could call it a technical bill, or we often refer to them as cleanup bills.
Okay. Representative Cordelli, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Attorney Fenton, for being here. Do you happen to know the 2016 bill or RSA that was impacted by that bill?
I do not off the top of my head, but I can look in the source notes. I'm the lucky one who has the brand new book, so I can look in the source notes and get you that information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to get some new books this year?
That remains. I knew by bringing my book up here, I would cause problems.
Well, I'm going to ask that question, or Representative Tanner's going to ask that question.
I talked to I talked to Angela Adams just now, and I can fill you in later.
Okay, thank you.
I'll defer to Representative Cordelli on that.
Okay,
Thank you all very much.
so Representative Luno, did you have a question?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Just really quick question, Ms. Fenton. You had mentioned that that it's really sort of the report to the fiscal committee is moot because there's a warrant to be drawn. I see that in language. I'm not quite sure what that does in terms of replacing the report, but you said that there is a report on the DOE website. Is there any difference between the report on the DOE? I guess there's two parts to the question. Any difference on the report on the DOE website compared with what is currently being presented to the fiscal committee? And is there a statutory requirement for the DOE to make this report available on the DOE website?
Those are great questions. To the best of my knowledge, there's no difference as to the information that's in the report. There might be a difference in as to the formatting, but not to the information. I'm not sure what statutory authority, if any, requires the report to be on the website. I do know that most of the information the department deals with is public information, and our website is a great resource to find all the information that we have in terms of funding and the different projects that we do. So it is our go-to to put that information on the website to make it publicly available, even if there's not a statutory requirement to do so. Here, I'm not sure if there is a statutory requirement for that. I'm going to defer to Caitlin Davis on that.
Sure, because it would be good to learn that on Tuesday next week, because I think it'd be important to members of the public not to lose any financial transparency when it comes to any payments to schools.
Absolutely, and the department agrees with that completely. And to the best of my knowledge, that information is already publicly available. And this is just really, as I mentioned, one of those cleanup bills to recognize we do have limited staff time and the information is already there. So we appreciate that
Okay,
perspective.
thanks.
Representative Cascaden, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. From what I could find on a report, the charter school accountability plan is based on goals and objectives. I didn't see anything that requires them to report an update on the funding. So I guess my question would be, whether you can answer it or we wait till Caitlin is, where's the accountability for charter schools in terms of their public funding?
I'm going to defer to Caitlin on
Okay,
that one.
thank
I
you.
appreciate that.
It'd be nice if you could convey these types of questions to Caitlin ahead of time so we can, she can be prepared to respond to us on Tuesday.
I will certainly do that.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Any other questions for Attorney Fenton? You're off the hook. Thank you very much. We don't have any other pink cards on this from the public. Is there anybody else here in the public who would like to speak on this? Not seeing anybody, we're going to close this hearing. And what we will do is we will hang loose here for about 10 minutes. We can't start the next one till 10:20. So you can get up and stretch if you want. And another thing, folks, you can get up anytime you need to get up in a hearing. Just be polite in doing so. When you come back, always go back to chair after somebody has stopped speaking, not during the time that they're speaking.
Question.
Yeah,
Is this where all these commentaries go?
those are just basically for who's in attendance today. You would circle those. Then you would just do what you've done here. You got, the first one, repeat what it's about, and then you should say it. Attorney Get, yeah, that's fine. That's all you have to do.
Okay.
You're good.
I just wanted to make sure it was covered.
Good morning,
Get
Jerry.
these? Yep, there's a couple of those were passed down to us.
Thank you.
Along.
About
Representative Cordelli will be presenting the bill. We've had some bills at times, just for a quick note, where didn't have either the prime sponsor or the co-sponsor present. I would say to another committee member, take the bill, introduce the bill, we'd introduce it and close it. So we had our hearing. So what we'll do right now, I'll welcome Representative Cordelli to our hearing today on 147. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee members. For the record, I'm Glenn Cordelli, representing Tuftonboro, Wolfboro, and Ossipee in the beautiful Lakes region. And I will introduce this bill, which is relative to the membership of the Advisory Committee on the Education of Students with Disabilities. I have been a member of that committee for the past 2 terms. It is a large committee that is mandated by the federal government under IDEA. As I mentioned, it's a large committee. There are currently, I think, 36 members. So it is sometimes difficult to get business done in a concise time with that number of members. The prime sponsor of this bill is making 2 adjustments to the membership. The first is related to the Department of Corrections representative. Currently in our law, there is a representative from the Department of Corrections plus a representative from a county correctional facility. Federal law just requires someone from the Department of Corrections, not someone from a county facility as well. So the prime sponsor is adjusting that to be in line with federal law and not require someone from the correctional facility to be present. My recollection from meetings is that in many, if not most cases, there is no one present from a county correctional facility anyway. The second adjustment is to add someone to the advisory committee, and that is a healthcare provider who does work with special needs children to offer advice on questions on disabilities that might come up during discussions of the committee. So basically, that is the intent of the bill, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any questions of Representative Cordelli? Not? Yes, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious, so you did mention that they don't show up anyway, but are they okay with this change at the corrections?
I am not sure. I have not been present at a meeting when this has been discussed. I know that the committee, the council, has a list of possible bills that impact children with disabilities in their education, but I have not been present for any discussion about any bill in particular.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Cordelli. You mentioned the addition was someone who is specialized in working with children with disabilities, but it doesn't have the words with disabilities in the text here.
Thank you for the question. I think on line 6 and 7, in the heading of the new paragraph, it does mention disabilities, but possibly not in line 9 or 10 as you indicate.
Follow-up question?
Yes.
So which interpretation would be taken then?
Actually, what will go into statute is line 9 and 10 in D. If the committee would like to offer an amendment to put that the pediatrician would specialize in working or does work with children with disabilities, I would not see a problem with that. I think there might be additional amendments anyway, relative to the membership of the, council.
Representative Lekis?
I was just gonna say that there needs to be an amendment anyways, because it says who is R. The R didn't get struck. And so while doing that, it would be fine with you and the put with disabilities in as well.
I was not an English major, but I think that that would be appropriate.
Thank you.
A lot of times too, when this goes back, legislative services will correct those grammatical punctuation type errors or miscues.
The chairman might.
Yeah, that's correct. Representative Cornell?
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. It says one representative from the Department of Corrections and one representative from a county correctional facility, both of whom are responsible for administering the provision of special education services. Do you know what the difference is between the different populations that are serviced by these two departments?
To a degree, but I know also that some county correctional facilities also house state prisoners. But there are different responsibilities and statutes impacting the state facility versus county facilities. And different programs that are offered between, whether there are differences in terms of the population of prisoners with disabilities. I think that that would be on an individual basis. But I think my interpretation is that it's repetitive to have both, especially when the committee is so large to begin with.
Well, I also know there's, I think, 23 parents on it too, which might be kind of unwieldy.
Well, actually, the federal law requires there to be a majority of the committee members to be parents.
Thank you.
Further questions of Representative Cordelli? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Cardella, thank you. Just following up on my seatmate's question. So when you send this back to correct the grammar on line 4, are you going to add in on line 9 and 10 after the word children with disabilities? So we're talking about someone who specializes with disabilities?
We can, yes, we can do that. And I think that there might be some additional adjustments along the line with an amendment.
Okay. Maybe one more follow-up?
Yes, you may follow up.
Thank you. In line 10, end of 9 and into 10, it suggests a pediatrician, but does that preclude any other healthcare provider? This is just maybe a pediatrician, or it could be someone who works in a nursing office, or could that be true? Or an RN, and it doesn't necessarily be a pediatrician. I guess that's my question, Representative.
I imagine it could be, but we can also talk to the prime sponsor after this hearing and see what her original intent was in specifying a pediatrician.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just clarification, Representative, on the federal laws requiring representation from corrections. Is it requiring someone from both state level corrections and county corrections, or one or the other?
I believe it specifies state.
So a county corrections could substitute for a state person, or?
My recollection in reading IDEA was that it was a state corrections department official that is in state law, excuse me, in federal law.
Okay. And my follow-up on healthcare certainly is a great idea to recommend a healthcare provider. I wondered if, as you pursue the details that Representative Woodcock just asked, is that nurse practitioners and physician's assistants, so maybe the term could be used as healthcare provider. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. Representative Kadab, I noticed you just entered the room. Do you have a pink card filled out? Is it coming up? Okay, so I'm gonna ask Representative to come forward right now, seeing that you're the prime sponsor. I believe Representative Cordelli did a pretty good job of explaining, but let's see.
Here it is.
Okay, yeah. Welcome to our committee.
Thank you for having me, Mr. Chair, and to the rest of the committee. I apologize that I was a few minutes late here, and thank you to Representative Cordelli. House Bill 147.
Would you please just state your name and what you who you represent? That's just a formality. For the record, my name is.
For the record, my name is Representative Caitlin Kutab. I represent Rockingham District 17, and I'm from Windham.
Okay, there you go. Thank you.
So this is in relation to the State Advisory Committee for Children with Disabilities. The purpose of this committee is to provide policy guidance with respect to special education and related services for children with disability in the state. As previously mentioned by Representative Cordelli, this bill is replacing one of 3 corrections officers' positions with a volunteer healthcare worker specializing in children, such as a pediatrician. My intent was to have it be open enough that, considering this is a volunteer position, that we would be able to fill it for years to come. And so I would like it ideally to be a pediatrician or a developmental pediatrician or a nurse practitioner. And so the intent is for it to be a graduate level provider and not for, let's say, an LNA or something of that sort. I do feel that having this type of a position would help to enhance the overall benefit of the committee. The committee is rather large. It has 22 non-parent / state positions, and then it has 23 parent / individuals with disability positions. And as mentioned, it is a requirement under federal law that the majority of the committee be parents or individuals with disabilities. So in adding a position, I wanted to be sure to take one off that maybe wasn't required. And so under federal law, there are certain requirements. It does require a state corrections officer, but it doesn't require a county corrections officer. I do believe that that is an underserved population and should certainly be represented. And so having 2 would still allow for that representation. The pediatrician would be able to represent a much wider population, including that very same subset that the county officer could also represent. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there questions from the committee for the representative? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Kutab, I don't know if you heard the discussion just when you came in, but when Representative Cordelli introduced the bill, he talked about you're looking for a healthcare provider who specializes in working with children with disabilities. That text isn't in your proposal, and we wondered if that's your intent. Are you looking for someone who specializes with children or with children with disabilities?
Sure. So to answer the question better, a pediatrician who is working with children, although not specializing specifically in disabilities, does have a lot of vast experience treating children with disabilities. Oftentimes, they're the ones who are doing regular developmental screenings, and they may be part of the team that's working with other specialists to diagnose certain disabilities with children. And so I didn't want to make it so specific that it had to be like a developmental pediatrician, because to my knowledge, there's currently, I believe, 3 developmental pediatricians at Elliott, 1 who is only part-time at Dartmouth, and then there's a few nurse practitioners. And so I didn't want it to be so confining that it could only be, a handful of people within the state. And so I do feel a pediatrician with experience, and all pediatricians should certainly have experience in working with children with disabilities, as well as a nurse practitioner who's specializing in pediatrics. A PNP would have a vast amount of experience working with children with disabilities.
Follow-up question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you for taking this. So then the text as it stands is more of your intent than adding the words with disabilities to children, specializing with children with disabilities?
Yes, other than it probably would make sense possibly to clarify that it should be a graduate level provider, because the intent was for it to be either a pediatrician or a nurse practitioner and not, something less than that.
Okay, are there further questions of the representative? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have two cards remaining. Mariah Ryan would like to speak on this bill. We also have Rebecca Fredette, who is from the Department of Education, Special Education, that is here. I see, Rebecca, you've asked for 10 minutes to speak, or is it just boiled down to, technical support? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to invite up Ms. Ryan.
Good morning. My name is Maura Ryan, and I represent parents in the state of New Hampshire of children with disabilities. I'm here to speak in support of HB 147. I'm a 4-term member of the SAC committee at present as a parent representative. We've had a doctor on our committee in the past who is very instrumental in getting assistance for children with disabilities. And unfortunately, she wasn't able to continue, but she was very good at bringing information regarding testing and disabilities, particularly if parents aren't knowledgeable on those subject matters. I also wanted to point out that there's sort of been a divergence between medical disability and educational management of disability. So having some type of medical knowledge of testing would be very beneficial. The law regarding the State Advisory Committee and the composition is 300.168. Which states that there has to be a state correctional person on the committee. We currently have 3 correctional members on the committee, so it is a bit of overkill. I think one of the other issues too was that we only have 1 county correctional person, and some of the other counties were saying, like, why didn't we get representation? So I think the state overall is a better representation. I do agree with the suggestion of a higher degree level medical person, but the purpose of the State Advisory Committee is to be a parent-led committee, and it is to have parent voice on students with disabilities because they live with it. So I'm here in support of that bill, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mariah. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want a clarification. The draft of the bill speaks about 2 correctional positions, as has been discussed, but both you and Representative Katab referenced 3. So who's the third? What are the qualifications of the third party?
The other correctional officer, so there's one who specializes in adult services, one who services state correctional populations, and there's a county correctional person. So there are 3 at present.
Further questions? Yes.
So the one who represents the adult population is also at the state level?
I believe federal level.
Thank you.
Are there further questions? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. You said that the medical person would have medical knowledge of testing. I'm not quite sure what you mean.
So when your child gets diagnosed with a disability, they go through a battery of tests. Those could be things like a TAL4, a WISC, a Wyatt, things of that nature, which I happen to be a registered nurse, so I understand what those things are, but the average parent doesn't. And in the past, a lot of disability groups will try and approach parents after their children have been diagnosed through pediatricians' offices to try and help them manage and deal with the situation at hand, and sort of turn it into something positive and get supports. So they're connected, and I think in the past, historically, they've been more connected, but there's been a little bit of a divergence as management of medical disability has changed versus educational disability. They've sort of gone on 2 different paths. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. We have the department, which if you have technical questions or information you may need, is there a need for more information on this at this time from the department? Thank you very much, Maureen.
Thank you.
Does Diana or Rebecca, is there something that the department wants to convey to us on this bill, or are we good? Fine, why don't you come forward then, Rebecca? Welcome back.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for having me. Representative Ladd. My name is Rebecca Fredette. I'm the State Director of Special Education at the Department of Education. I oversee all of special education in the state of New Hampshire. Sorry, I have a slight cold, so I apologize. Just for clarification, yes, we do have two representatives on the committee from both the county correctional facility and the state prison. I would just note that there are differences in their responsibilities in regards to IDA. I believe somebody had asked that question. I couldn't see, so I'm not sure who it was. For the state facility, they are required to provide education through the Granite State High School that they have within their facility. For county correctional facilities, they have to collaborate with LEAs to provide special education. So it is a different role, but they do both work in the correctional facility. The other one was the three representatives. I guess I was unclear on the three representatives as well. There is the state facility, there's the county facility, and we had previously had one that was part of the Sununu Youth Services Center, but they do not have a representative at this point and have chosen to send somebody from DCYF. So I don't know if that was the third representative. So I just wanted to clarify those pieces from just the conversations that we had. But if you have any other questions, I'm willing to answer them.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Luno?
Thanks for, thank you very much, and thanks for joining us this morning, Rebecca. How are people, I guess, recommended to be nominated to the
Sure.
SAC?
So there's two ways that they can be appointed by the governor. They can go to the SAC meeting and express their interest on being on the committee, and then the SAC, through their bylaws, State Advisory Committee, acronym SAC, I apologize. They can come to, they ask that you come to two meetings, and then that you submit a resume, and then they vote on it at the second meeting as to whether you would be appointed to or sent to the governor and the commissioner for appointment. You can also send a letter directly to the governor and ask for an appointment there. It does come back to us so that the commissioner is aware of it, and we do make sure that they would meet the requirements of being on the committee, but then it would go back to the governor and then be appointed through there.
Thanks very much, Ms. Freda. That's actually very helpful to know.
Representative
Thanks.
Woodcock, did you have a question?
I do, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have two, actually. Good morning, how are you doing?
Morning,
Behind
good.
the screen, yes. It's a horrible place for that, by the way, Mr. Chair. That being said, one question, is the membership capped at 36?
So the membership is however many required individuals. So the required, like, correctional facility, a special ed director, and then you fill all of those positions, and you have to have 51% of parents. So if you, so you always have to have more parents than you do the other positions.
Thank you. The follow-up to that is, you talked a minute ago, it was wonderful because I didn't understand it at all, actually. So the state prison does the high school program within their facility. Okay, thank you. And the county representative does the LEA, does the IEPs for students that are under adolescent age, right? So if we eliminated the county position, county correction position, from this membership, would that mean that those youngsters wouldn't have someone representing them in terms of their IEP or creating those things?
No, they would still have they wouldn't have representation on this committee, but they do still have representation from their school districts that the county correctional facilities work with.
Okay.
So there's a process by which they work with us in collaboration with us to identify students that may be identified as having a disability, and then they would reach out to the LEA so wherever that child or young adult lived before they were incarcerated, they would reach out to that local education agency, and they would collaborate with them to ensure that they were getting the services that they may need.
Okay. just one more, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So just to clarify that, so that means, assuming this bill goes through with the deletion of that county representative, then a youngster who is incarcerated in a county facility, would the county facility's responsibility then to, what you're telling me, if I understand this, the county facility's responsibility then, someone there would be responsible to get back to the home school sending district?
That's what they already do. They are, so the committee position doesn't oversee any of that. It's
Okay.
just that it's a representative from one of the counties, and they
Okay,
rotate that through the different counties
Yeah,
so that they have some, you know, they have a
Great.
voice.
Yeah, thank you for the clarity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Woodcock, that hits on a good point. That's very difficult sometimes for counties to track that down. A person has done something down in Hanover, but was not a resident of Hanover, but a resident of Plymouth. And you got to determine whether there's an IEP, whether they've graduated yet. All those things come in the bundle. And I know that where I've been on the executive committee at Grafton County, it's been a real chore trying to find out where the resident district is. Oftentimes with us, it's in Vermont. A lot of questions here with this whole thing. But this is another topic. Are there any other questions for Rebecca? Yes, Representative Hall, or Damon, I mean, excuse me.
It's okay, thank you. And thank you for taking my question. Do you have any data on what portion of the students with disabilities are in county facilities versus state facilities?
So I would not have the numbers on the state facilities, and then the information that I have, because it is for the correctional facilities, because it's such a small number, it is, it would be considered personally identifiable information, so I would have to look to see if I could put that out. But really what we do with the county is they send us newly incarcerated individuals within the age range, and then we say, yes, you should reach out to Concord School District, or you should reach out to, this is the last one we have of record, but they are very small numbers.
Thank you very much. We're right at the end of our time here, so if there are any other real questions that we have, we can ask them of the department when we meet on Tuesday. So thank you very much. We don't have any other cards on 147 here, so with that, I'm going to close the hearing. And the next hearing, which we have, which we're going to move right into, would be the hearing scheduled for 1040, HB 102, local, requiring high schools to include instruction in the nature and history of communism. Are you ready to go ahead? Okay. So I'd like to invite forward the prime sponsor of the bill. That would be Representative Moffett. Welcome back to education.
Great to be back in 207 with the action. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it is good to be back, see some familiar faces. For the record, my name is Mike Moffett. I'm the state representative from Merrimack District for the towns of Canterbury and Loudoun. So to get right through this, this bill simply requires 1 hour of classroom attention to be paid to the origin and nature of communism. It's been inspired by numerous conversations with parents and citizens who are very concerned that young folks today do not know some important things that they do need to know in terms of how our world has come to be. Many schools do not teach history like they used to. Many schools do not teach history. It is a social science major, of course, and I'm distressed by that, as are others. So anyway, there are at least 4 current and former House members, colleagues, who have firsthand experience with communism. Such as the former member of this committee, Representative Sodi, whose parents were refugees from Hungary after the 1956 revolution there. Current Rep. Lex Berezhny, he still has relatives in Kiev in the Ukraine. Former Rep. Michael Yakubovich, whose family escaped from the former Soviet Union. And one of this bill's sponsors, who couldn't be here today, I'll take some of his time, Representative Jose Cambrils, who is a refugee from Castro's communist Cuba. So like any worthy measure, I think this is a worthy measure, this bill invites some questions, and I'll try to quickly run through them now and later if there are any questions. So, question, why communism? Why not a period of instruction on Mussolini or Islamofascism, Aryan Nation, QAnon, whatever? And good question. And these and other violent movements rate attention and study, but to try to include all these in the statute would just simply be unwieldy. Educated citizens in America today need to understand what communism is and how that political and economic system has shaped our history and profoundly affects all of us today. Dictionary definition of communism: political theory derived from Karl Marx. I hope most all of you know the basics. Advocating class warfare resulting in all property being state-owned. It involves a centrally planned economy as opposed to one that reflects market forces. So without exception, communist countries depend on vast networks of secret police to impose party will on everyone. And while there are different gradations and shades of communism, Yugoslavia was different from Czechoslovakia, was different from Soviet Union. So it still remains a totalitarian ideology, incompatible with it's an atheist totalitarian ideology, incompatible, many of us think, with America and our values and our system of government. So throughout the 20th century and into the current century, this incompatibility I just mentioned reflected in hot wars and cold wars, repression, gulag prison camps, starvation, endless violent conflict, subversion. The Union of the Soviet Socialist Republics was born in violence and bloodshed after the 1917 Russian Revolution. It then established the Comintern, and that was the Communist International, to spread communism worldwide by whatever means necessary, whatever the cost. It's later replaced by the Common Forum. So let's try to quantify this movement in terms of lives. In 2010, Professor Stephen Rosenfield wrote in Red Holocaust that the internal contradictions of communist regimes resulted in the deaths, the killing of at least 60 million people, at least. And that doesn't, and perhaps tens of millions more, and that doesn't include the 25 million Soviets who died due to the machinations of Stalin and Hitler, who get together and started World War II. Nazi, by the way, is short for National Socialism, but communism predated Nazism as a totalitarian ideology. In many ways, they're very similar. In some fundamental ways, they're different. That's why they went to war in 1941. But Hitler and the Nazis are long gone, although that movement remains. And Stalin's legacy remains. Indeed, communist nuclear missiles from China to Korea to Siberia are pointed at us now, as we speak. There are communist nuclear missiles pointed at us, and some of us don't think much about it. Some of us don't even know that, and that's one of the reasons why we want to focus a little attention on this. Speaking of nuclear missiles, I know there are others here besides me as I look around, at least a few, who remember the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962. I'm sure, I know at least a few of you do. I was 7 years old, and for a week or 2 weeks, when I was in the second grade, it was it might have been the most terrifying time of my life. And in that when you're 7 years old and all the grown-ups are scared to death that nuclear missiles are going to come in and kill us all, really, that's something that stays with you. So I'm talking about it today. My dad at that time in 1962 explained that if or when the bombs came, we'd all quickly go to the underground fallout shelters beneath the Grofton paper mill. I don't know if Representative Hall, if you had the same guidance. Representative Hall is also from Grofton. to go. So, yes, we were ready to go to the fallout shelter and the bombs came. And they didn't come. We survived that crisis. But there are many lessons to be learned. And how many high school graduates today have a hot clue? Hot clue is an expression I get from the chair. Have a hot clue about the Cuban Missile Crisis. I won't put Representative McDonald on the spot. I want to ask, but I won't. So I'm sure. But how many students have a hot clue about the Cuban Missile Crisis that impacted some of us so profoundly, or the Korean War, the Vietnam War? Our own chair, again, Representative Ladd, was in Vietnam, where communists tried to kill him. Can you imagine trying to kill such a nice man as that? I mean, and that's history. And out of Vietnam came the boat people. How many high schoolers today know about the boat people? Who are the boat people? Can you imagine a communist regime so heinous that hundreds or thousands of Vietnamese got into boats and sailed off in the ocean because they would rather face drowning, pirates, rapists on the high seas than have to live under communism? This is a short time ago. Again, Representative Ladd was in Vietnam. And then there were those lucky boat people who came to America. And again, but so many Americans don't know this history. History is not taught like it should be, I think, many of us think. Next door to Vietnam is Cambodia. If you look at a map, who knows where Cambodia is? I'm afraid a lot of people don't even know where it is or why it's important. What happened there? It's next to Vietnam. Between 1975, when the communists took over, just a short time ago, really, and 1979, during that 4-year period, over 2 million Cambodians were murdered by the communists. Genocide, classic genocide. How many young Americans today know what the killing fields were? The killing fields of Cambodia. Some of you know. I know some of you know. I'm aware of it. Is that important to know why these millions of people just a short time ago in Cambodia were murdered? And yet people don't know. Do they care? They should care. And some would care if we would do a little bit to raise awareness about some recent history that they should know. Ronald Reagan correctly called the Soviet Union an evil empire. He was right. Communist entity created the Iron Curtain. How many high school students are who I think all of us know what the Iron Curtain was, but how did it come about? Why was there an Iron Curtain? How does that affect us today? It affects us a lot. Again, Representative Sodi's family came from behind the Iron Curtain. He's not here this term. But if folks with some curiosity might ask him that question. So anyway, to try to finish this up, I'll use a minute or two of Representative Campbell's time, who's very passionate about this. As a refugee from Cuba himself, a member of this House, co-sponsor of this bill. I faced communist weaponry myself. I was my battalion's anti-mech officer in Kuwait, 1991 Desert Storm. And the enemy had these T-62, T-72 tanks pointed at us, which we took out. These are tanks manufactured by the Soviets. Communists built these weapons that were shooting at us. The Scud missiles that flew over our heads and killed all too many people from Arabia to Israel. Communist weapons. So how many of us are concerned that so many people don't have that hot clue about who Stalin and Lenin were, or Mao, Iron Curtain, Sputnik, Bay of Pigs, Cuban Missile Crisis, Glasnost, Perestroika, the Rosenbergs? Why did we execute this American couple, husband and wife, executed? Why? Something that bears discussion, I think, today. What is a gulag? What was the Cold War, as I said earlier? So the philosopher George Santayana said, and I know you've heard this, those who do not remember the past are condemned to repeat it. There's much truth to that. But how can you remember the past, important past, if you don't study, if you don't have history courses? Across the street, Elizabeth Dubreuil, some of you have maybe met her, the wonderful building right across the street, the New Hampshire Historical Society. Sometimes some of the youngsters who come to visit the State House go there after they visit the State House. And Elizabeth told me that she gets very sad when she quickly realizes that the youngsters and oldsters who visit right across the street. I've only been there once, and I don't know if you've ever been there. It's wonderful. It costs $7, but so folks like her who I've spoken with and others are afraid and disturbed. And I say afraid, they're fearful about our country's future when so many youngsters just don't know where we came from and things that they should know, especially Ukraine today. Vladimir Putin was and is a communist. I mean, he was the head of the Soviet KGB. And, you know, he had his country invade Ukraine. Does that affect people today? Heck yes. You know, from oil prices to he's threatened to use nuclear missiles. I'm sure most of you know that. Do you think our young people or everyone should have a little bit more awareness of the potential of these nuclear missiles that he's threatening to use, enveloping, escalating into a nuclear war? So this proposed statute does not require any course. It doesn't even require an assessment. It simply asks that students spend at least 1 hour embedded, or however they want to do it locally, 1 hour to just start the process of raising some basic awareness of this subject of the history and nature of communism and how it impacts us today. So implementing this will be subject to local control if it moves forward, which obviously I hope it does. And we would expect that if it did move forward, DOE, as they always do, would issue a little advisory or some basic guidance in terms of helping districts to implement the statute. Now, I heard today that some folks worry, though, if this were to move forward, fair question, what about proselytation? What if some Marxist educator takes this hour and tries to provide a shade or a biased view towards this, how communism came about, what it is? It's a fair question. I don't worry too much about that. I think that discussion is good. I think out of this 1 hour, if you move it forward, this 1 hour requirement, many other hours will flow from that, and discussion locally will happen about this, and then the questions about, you know, why don't we have an hour on QAnon? Good question. Well, QAnon doesn't have nuclear missiles pointed at us, for one thing. So anyway, I trust the districts, and I don't worry excessively about the hour being abused. So anyway, that's about it. Local control, I'm sure this will have some robust discussion. Thanks for your time and for letting me say a few words.
Thank you very much, Representative Moffett. Are there questions for our Representative Moffett? Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative Moffett, for joining us this morning. At the start of the, I feel like I've just had an hour crash course in communism. But at the start of it, you mentioned, you made a comment, schools don't teach history. Where'd that come from?
Sure, thanks for the question, Representative Luno. That's maybe, what do you call it, a slight exaggeration or embellishment. That's what people say to me. You know, schools, of course they do. They're all different. Some teach it better than others. STEM has been the emphasis, and so many people have said, and you can do the research, schools' curriculum do not any longer include, in many cases, U.S. history or world history. And thank you for nodding your head. I saw it on the corner of my eye. So that, yes, let's put it this way. History is not taught like it used to be. It's being taught less, and that's the concern.
Can I follow up on that?
A quick one.
Yeah, quick one. Are you aware of the current status of the department's effort to revise the social studies curriculum in New Hampshire?
Oh, thank you for the question. Very much so. I've actually had a little bit of input there, and I support that, and I'm pleased that is happening, and I hope it leads to some more attention in this.
All right. So can you address that, Rick?
Yeah. I have a question here because we have about 21 or 20 minutes on this. I'm concerned, the area that I have some concern with is there are students that have IEPs, which are, and you say every student here, and there's some conditions where a child may have multiple handicap situations written in, and or is placed in a hospital situation or residential placement, and for some severe issues. That's one exception I'm concerned about. The other is that we have a lot of transiency between our school districts in this state and throughout this country as far as movement. And we have some students that come in during the middle of the senior year. And I know you're talking about a 1-hour course, but if the student says, I've taken U.S. history, and we talked about that, and it was an accredited U.S. history course through the New England Association of Schools and Colleges, would that suffice for your 1 hour of required instruction if they've had a course specifically in world history, where that they could show that, yes, it did touch upon this particular subject area?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. To answer that, the point of this 1 hour, it's not a course. You said the word course. It's not a course. It's a 1 hour period of information on this. It's like the civics measure which we passed, and which is now law, where, and now that you have the bill, you obviously can do whatever you do with it. But in the civics measure, we specifically mentioned that special needs students, special arrangements could be made for special needs students. If there's a 1 hour video, which if this moved forward, I'm sure somebody would create one that could be shown if the districts wanted to. That 1 hour video could be shown to such a transfer or anyone very easily, in my view.
And just to follow up though, when I talk about course, of course, you talk about course in the bill here, because it may be embedded in a course.
Right.
And so if a student can say, this was embedded in the course that I had where I got credit for graduation based upon the military compact, which we have signed with the other 49 states on top of ours. So would that then suffice as meeting this particular end?
Sure, thank you. That's a good question. And the answer is it lies with guidance departments. I've been in high schools and colleges. So when transfer occurs, the receiving institution, whether it's a college or a high school, the registrar or the guidance office evaluates the courses being transferred. And locally, they would make that decision as to if they think it did satisfy the 1 hour requirement, then good to go. If they think it didn't, then they would need to have the student watch the 1 hour video or be in a session.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative Ellison?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Two quick ones. One, were any social studies teachers interviewed, talked to about this particular bill? Did you have contact with any of them before you put this together?
Oh, sure. I'm in touch. Again, that was my area, and I'm in touch routinely all the time with former, current social studies teachers. And yeah, none of them are testifying today, but to your question, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So one more follow-up. And just looking at the number of topics that you listed in your testimony, Gulag, Rosenberg's boat people, Killing Fields, Iron Curtain, and a whole host of other things. Are you pretty clear that all of that will be covered in a 1 hour course, whether it's over a 1 hour period of time, sometime during a high school experience, or frankly, it could be done at junior high, it could be done in kindergarten, I guess, according to the bill?
Sure, that's a great question. And my answer is yes, there's a lot there. And to put it into an hour, again, this would be implemented locally if it moves forward. And what I see happening is perhaps a handout with like a couple dozen terms that we just mentioned, things to know, a few dates, a few names, and these are things that on your own, students, that you might want to research, investigate, read about on your own. And that would be part of the 1 hour. And then, I'm sure some students would be, suddenly if they realize the importance of this on their own, I would hope they would go beyond that hour and find out and learn more.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'll take two more, Representative Woodcock and then Representative Tanner, but we're gonna have to get on. We have other people who want to testify in this bill as well. So let's, go Representative Woodcock. Oh, okay. Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Woodcock. And thank you, Representative Moffett, for taking my question. My question is about local control, and you briefly mentioned it as you were sure you were going to hear it, so I didn't want you to be disappointed. But it is my understanding that curriculum is really the purview of the local school district. And as I say all the time, the school district that I was from has a robust American history course, American government course, courses that combined English and social studies together to study different areas. And the different LEAs have curriculum committees as well. So I think if someone was really in a local area very concerned about this particular subject, I would ask that they contact their local school district because that's where curriculum's made. And also, isn't this an unfunded mandate that, so my two questions is, isn't it the purview of the local school district to set curriculum? And isn't it an unfunded mandate because once you put in an hour of this, you've got to take an hour of something else out, or if you add it as an extra hour, that's, time is money.
Sure, thank you for your question real quick. Yeah, I'm big on local control. However, we routinely look at the RSAs, how many RSAs there are, this committee, the state of New Hampshire, routinely provide input and guidance and direction to the districts on what's an educated student, what needs to be part of curriculum. There's plenty of precedent for the state taking some interest. And that's one of the reasons why this is such I don't see a 1 hour period of discussion or video being an unfunded mandate at all. I don't think, I would take some time, but I don't think we need to hire anybody or spend huge amounts of money to implement this. This is why we kept it to an hour, just to get this on the radar screens. And yes, I know every district, some more than others, have some courses in social sciences. But the reason that this has come forth is because many of us believe or know. If we could quiz people, I won't do it here. If we could quiz people in just some of the basic things I said earlier, my belief is that my sense, anecdotally and from surveys that are done, young people do not know things that I and many of us think they crucially need to know. Anyway, that's a lot. Sorry, Mr. Chair, it's a long answer, but thank you for the question.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Representative Moffett, good to see you again, I think. I say that in all seriousness, I agree with Representative Tanner from the get-go that this is a local curricular option to start with. But the laissez-faire approach to 1 hour of instruction somewhere, sometime during it, and with nothing with accountability, there's no way to track that, there's no way to say you did it. And honestly, any world course, any world history course, any current study of the Ukraine conflict right now, this is going to be there. When you say things, it was just a short time ago, but a short time ago for you and perhaps Representative Ladd and myself, but in reality, that was 5 decades ago. It was not a short time ago. For maybe someone like Representative McDonald, maybe it was moon nights ago, right? Anyhow, my point is that this doesn't have any accountability in it, and that if I was, as I was a social studies person at that time, I would say to my principal, I'm already covering communism. I can't do any of this in an hour. Zero. You can't do killing fields. You can't do any of that in an hour. It's sort of like a broad brush of nothing. It's just a waste of my time. And I'm just going to tell you, Mr. Principal, yes, we already covered it. So I just don't see the value, honestly, one, trying to tell local school boards to do things like this, as we shouldn't, in my mind. But beyond that, we have no accountability for it in the way the bill is structured. So I'm just trying to, how are you going to get accountability that it happens? That's the question I was going to try to get to.
I was waiting for the question.
Yeah, there was a question there, so thank you.
You got there.
Thank you.
You got there.
Sure, thank you for that, Representative. In terms of accountability, again, this is not an assessment. The intent of this is to get this broad issue on the radar screens of folks that we don't think it's on their radar screens now. And so just the fact that we're having a hearing and we're having this discussion and people, and hello to everybody who's out watching on YouTube and who will watch on YouTube later. Thanks for watching. All these people in the committee and watching later, watching now are thinking, and they're saying, what? Glasnost, I remember that, and your point about it being 5 decades ago, it's very relative. I know, but in the broad sweep of history, 5 decades is a heartbeat. But I'm very aware that that's ancient history for some of the younger folks here. Hopefully that responds somewhat to your good point.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move on to some of the other people who want to speak on this at this time. Thank you very much, Representative Moffett.
Thank you all.
The next one we'd like to have Jerry Fruit, please, from the New Hampshire School Administrators Association. This is Jerry's card. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee, for indulging a few moments of time with me this morning. My name is Jerry Frew. I'm the Associate Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Administrators Association, and I bring a gift to you. It will be the gift of time. You don't have to report it on those little reports that you have to submit, because I will not comment on every single curriculum issue that comes before this committee. I would like the testimony that I'm about to offer on this one contemplated for any curriculum topic, really, that comes before this committee this session. With regards to 102 local, communism, as well as other curriculum bills, cursive writing, multiplication tables, teaching New Hampshire government, are all local decisions. There are, without exception, training, staffing, and fiscal implications for any and all of these well-intended curriculum bills, and those costs are borne by local taxpayers. Many of these bills are duplicative of what already happens in local schools. I've worked in 7 different districts throughout my 48-year career and can say without question that each of these topics of curriculum are taught in those districts, including conversations of communism, New Hampshire government, New Hampshire Constitution, cursive writing, multiplication tables. All of those are taught at local school districts levels. And if you have some element of doubt in that, I would invite each and every one of you to visit your local school district officials and have a conversation about what is taught in any of these areas. That any citizen is certainly welcome to do that. There are curriculum nights in districts, there are presentations by students, there are open houses, there are parent conferences, there are curriculum materials available. I would encourage every one of you and every legislator, quite honestly, to become familiar with what's done in their local school districts before they take action on any of these bills that potentially are duplicative and really something that's already happening in schools. I'd like to submit that the state requirements themselves, which are currently under view as suggested by Representative Tanner in the 306, and I believe Representative Luneau in the 306 review, that is a vehicle for requirements in communism or cursive writing or multiplication tables or whatever curriculum requirements. That is a vehicle to include those things, those topics in rules that school districts have to follow. Currently, every high school in the state is required to offer 1 unit in United States history and in United States and New Hampshire history, a half unit of United States and New Hampshire government, a half unit in economics, personal finance, a half unit in world history, global studies, or geography. In order for a student to graduate from any high school in the state, at least those social studies, and that's the minimum. Most school districts require more than the minimum graduation requirements, and that's just in the area of social studies. So I would encourage you to explore what your local districts require as minimum, because I would submit that these topics are covered and in what is already done. We appreciate the sponsor's interest in a comprehensive and high-quality public education and respect that, again, they work through the rules process and their local school district officials to ensure that these types of topics are included in their local educational program. We ask that this committee treat all curriculum decisions as locally driven decisions, and that you find any bills that would require a state law to implement these topics be considered inexpedient to legislate. And I would say thank you and invite any questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Luck, you're willing to take any questions?
I am willing to take questions. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Lucas?
Thank you. Thank you for answering my question. My understanding, and what you're saying seems to go against what my understanding is that this, number one, is not a local control state, but a Dillon's rule state, that the towns, et cetera, are told may, whatever, and that part of the education committee's job is to, and also that rules aren't just made up by departments, but they come from the legislative branch. And that part of our job is to say, okay, these things will be taught, and then within rules, the DOE comes up with what the rules are, and then the local control
Do you have a
how they're
question?
going to do it. Well,
Get there quickly.
but what you said was opposite of what I understand, and so I'm hoping you can correct me or explain how curriculum now is solely the responsibility of the towns, and the DOE rules come from where do they come from, and how does the towns decide what needs to be in the curriculum, et cetera? I thought that was our job, and you've said it's not, and I'm wanting you to enlighten me.
Thank you for the question, Representative Lucas, and I will try to be brief in my response. Local curriculum decisions, there are local curriculum committees, there are folks in each district who work on curriculum and what the content of different areas are going to be. The state tells us what topics we have to teach, what courses, if you will. And then within that, and there are elective courses that are developed within each school system. And then within that, it's up to the local folks to determine how that curriculum is going to be delivered.
That was my understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
We'll call Becky Wilson right now from the New Hampshire School Boards Association. So, it's this one right here.
Good morning, House Education Committee. It's nice to see everyone. For the record, I'm Becky Wilson, Director of Governmental Relations for the New Hampshire School Boards Association. I would agree with Representative Woodcock that this is right in the way of seeing everybody's face. So I will do my best. We would like to thank the sponsors of this bill for bringing forward topics that they feel are of significant importance. However, regardless of the instructional content or concepts proposed in these curriculum-related bills, the ability for local school boards to determine their local curriculum is at the heart of NHSBA's opposition to these curriculum-related bills. This bill, adding specific and detailed, somewhat curriculum imposed on all school districts, goes against our resolutions that support, again, the local control and the local ability for school boards to determine their local curriculum that meets the needs of their own community with their community's input. We would go back again to the fact that school boards oversee and approve curriculum within their communities, and it does not necessarily work for every school district to implement the same exact 1 hour, whatever that would be. The school board is required to ensure that their programs cover, as Mr. Fruh said, certain graduation requirements that are put forth by the state, but it is also up to the local school board to determine their own local diploma requirements. As Mr. Fruh said, if you went to any of your local school boards or your school districts and looked at the requirements for graduation, there are oftentimes a state-approved graduation diploma, which will have certain requirements. There are also local district requirements for other diplomas. There are also New Hampshire Scholars Diploma requirements. All of those are different at different districts, and that is because we believe strongly that the school board should be making those decisions with their local administration on the curriculum that is taught in those districts. In addition, we are, as many of you are aware, undergoing a pretty significant revision of the minimum standards for public school approval, the 306s. If these curriculum aspects are very important to the legislature, it would be important for those things to be taken up as part of that process, as opposed to individually looked at in terms of skills and content throughout this upcoming session. That is going to drive, again, to Representative Lakis's point, the specifics that are given to districts in terms of very intentional skills and content that need to be covered and how those things are covered and what curriculum, what courses, et cetera, to still be determined at the local level. And then to speak to a point that was brought up earlier about the social studies standards, again, those have been to some extent revised several years ago, and I believe are sort of stalled out at this point at the department. I'm not sure what the status is of updating the social studies standards from a state perspective, but that again is a place where this particular content area could be discussed on a much broader level with input from larger communities, teachers, students, parents, etc. So that's at the heart of our opposition to these bills. It is not specific to the content, but to the decision-making ability of the local school board to make those decisions. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Becky. Just as information for the whole committee here, yesterday the Legislative Oversight Committee met. Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. Everything ties together. And we looked at the minimum standards for public school approval and the academic standards, which are two different beasts. And the Legislative Oversight Committee is concerned that we look further into social studies and the improvement in assessment materials used for that. So that is a topic. There was a task force at DOE that is now defunct. It's gone. The last time this stuff was reviewed or updated was back over 12, 14 years ago. So that's just some basic information. Are there questions for New Hampshire School Boards Association? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I have one other card that just arrived up on this, Sebastian Fuentes. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. My name is Sebastian Fuentes. I'm the Movement Politics Director for an organization called Rights and Democracy of New Hampshire, and I'm here to just express my opposition to this bill. I grew up in South America, in Peru. As you know, I seen what a communist terrorist organization can do to people in my country. Kill thousands of them. Not just communism, but also Leninism and Marxism. So when they talk about communism and the terror they cause, I absolutely understand it. But at the same time, I appreciate Representative Moffat's passion, and I'm passionate about history the same way he is. But at the same time, as a parent of 2 children in the public education system in New Hampshire, communism is something that absolutely needs to be taught, but also communism is not killing us right now. What is killing us right now at this specific time is, for example, white supremacy, and we don't talk enough about it. I'd be more than happy to have a class about, Cambodia, about, Laos and Vietnam and everything that happened in communism. But at the same time, if we're going to talk about Cambodia, let's talk about Ferguson, Missouri. If we're going to talk about Pol Pot and Mao and Putin and Nikita Khrushchev, let's talk about, George Floyd, and we need to talk about Trayvon Martin, because that's what's killing us right now, white supremacy, and we don't talk enough about it. So communism is an issue, absolutely, yes. But let's talk about what is really, really killing our generation. It might not be 50 years ago, like you mentioned, but, I'm 40, so I was kind of close to the but I understand my history and I love that. But if we're gonna talk also about, Mr. Moffett said we need to talk about all these details, like the siege of Saigon, for example. Let's talk about the siege of the Capitol building as well. So if we're gonna talk about one thing, let's also include the rest. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. Would you like to take any questions?
Absolutely,
Are there any
anybody.
questions for Sebastian? Not seeing any. Thank you very
Thank you,
much. I don't have any other cards on 102 up here. Yes, Representative?
I have not yet filled out a card, but may I take 2 minutes or less to testify? I'm a co-sponsor on the bill.
Yeah, you can, but is it something you could express to the committee during executive session?
It can wait, yes.
Okay, thank you. Because we are right down where we have one more bill here prior to lunch we have to tackle here. So what we'll do is we'll close down this hearing right here now, and we're going to move into the next one. It's 103. Yeah, I'm looking for his card. Did we get a card up from Representative Roy? Okay, great, okay. Okay, the next bill that's up on the docket here is HB 103 relative to school board member qualifications. And Representative Roy, you're already at the chair. Welcome to our committee.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee. Honored to be before you this morning introducing House Bill 103. This bill was brought at the request of a constituent who is here and who will testify after me. I'm just going to give you a quick brief introduction as to why. This gentleman is an educator in one of the districts in my district, and he wanted to run for school board, and he was prohibited by statute because he's an employee of an SAU. He wanted to run for school board in a district other than the one he was employed in, but because of the statute, he could not because it's the same SAU. What we're proposing is that he be able to run for school board in a district other than the one he's employed in, but within the same SAU, and he would have to, or anyone who in this like position would have to recuse themselves for anything to do with the superintendent's terms of employment. Having said that, I am going to let him make his case to you, and I really appreciate you taking the time to take a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Any questions? Okay, well,
I don't know any answers, so thank you.
I know nothing, huh? Okay, so do we have the card from your constituent?
There are a couple coming up, Representative, right there.
Okay. I've got two in front of me. Are we talking about Greg? Great. Greg Whitmore?
Yes.
Okay, welcome to education.
Yes, thank you for having me. So very briefly, what got me here, as Mr. Roy said, I'm a teacher at a public school. And last year I ran for school board at my daughter's school. A few weeks before the election, I was informed that I am ineligible because my school and her school are in the same SAU. The town was not aware of this. I mean, really nobody was. It came as a complete shock, to say the least. So really what it comes down to is the pool of individuals that's willing to serve on a school board is already quite limited. And the RSA is written, really puts unnecessary restrictions on individuals whose background in education would be invaluable in the role of a school board member. So if we were to look at my specific case, the two schools have nothing to do with one another besides being in the same SAU. We do share a superintendent, but there is really nothing on a day-to-day basis whatsoever that really involves the two of them. So what I'm looking for, what I think would be reasonable, is to rewrite a portion of the RSA to state something along the lines of, a person who is a salaried employee at a school within an SAU shall be able to serve on the school board of a school within the SAU, with the exception of the school with which they are employed by, and must recuse themselves from any school board matters pertaining to the hiring, firing, and disciplinary actions involving the superintendent. Because with, I've spoken to a lot of educators about this just to get their perspective. And really the only issue that could come up is they say, well, the superintendent is technically your boss and you would be the boss of the superintendent if you were on the school board. That certainly is the case. But if you were to put in, a stipulation where, anytime a specific matter between myself and the superintendent came up, or the school board, such as, hiring, firing, or disciplinary actions, if I were to recuse myself from those actions, then that really could be the only issue. So, it's certainly not a unique situation I find myself in, but it is a rare situation, to say the least. It's something that I'm sure would not come up very often. But, when you have someone that's willing and really wants to serve on a board, a limitation like this just seems unnecessary.
Thank you very much, Greg.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Greg? Yes, Representative Luno.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Whitmore, for bringing this up. First of all, I'm having a hard time understanding how the language being proposed here actually addresses what you ran into. But I'm also not sure about how the current statute would have prevented, well, I can see it preventing you from running for school board in the same SAU, yes, but not in a different SAU, which is what you're.
No, I'm referring to if I wanted to serve on a board in the same SAU. So they're different schools.
Yeah.
But I would like to serve on the school board of a different school within the same SAU. And the current statute clearly, prohibits that.
Okay.
And what I'm suggesting is having a stipulation allowing someone that would be in my situation to serve on the school board of a school that I don't work for, but is in the same SAU. And just with the stipulation that with, anything that deals specifically with the only shared instance, which is the superintendent, it's the only thing we share.
Right.
That if matters come up, that I would have to recuse myself.
So and just to follow up for clarity on that, so it would be not the SAU board, but the
school board itself.
A board
No,
for
exactly.
a school within the SAU.
Yes.
For clarification, Representative Roy did speak with me prior to this meeting early this morning, saying that he did have some amending language to try and clarify and state this the way the intent.
Okay, because it's not coming.
That's exactly there.
It reads hard.
And that amendment would be provided to somebody on this committee, which we could introduce ourselves in the executive session to address that. Yes, Representative Roy.
The amendment was sent to Representative Cordelli. He has it. I've never met my constituent before. We did this over Facebook, and the language is a result of that mess. However, we clarified it, and the amendment was sent, and it does exactly what the constituent has asked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you, Representative.
Representative Cornell, you have a question? And then Representative
Thank you.
Woodcock.
Thank you for taking my question. Would you not be voting on teacher contracts?
So teacher contracts are negotiated just within the schools themselves. So my high school would have nothing to do with my daughter's school as far as teacher contracts.
So the follow up?
Yeah.
So the SAU doesn't vote on all teacher contracts?
So it would not be an SAU vote. It would be an individual school board vote.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and this is probably more for Representative Cordelli. In the amendment, which we don't see, which we don't have, I'm concerned on this particular bill, in lines 4 and 5, where it deals with municipal budget committees and their affiliation with that. And I was just wondering if that information, if that line is taken off of the amendment, because I know in many SAUs, as in ours, it's required that school board members are on the municipal budget committee.
Might I respond? Or?
Yes.
Thank you. I had this discussion with Representative Roy yesterday. He submitted for drafting an amendment, and I believe he sent it to me. I haven't had a chance to read it yet, however.
Okay, so may I ask the chair then?
So what we want to do is that we recognize it's going to, this doesn't say what is the intent of, and there may be some conflicts with other areas. I think we got to address that during the executive session time. I think everybody's agreeing it needs to be cleaned up.
Okay, so my only question, Mr. Chair, was that so no one here, except Representative Roy, could answer that question. Could he answer that question if he wrote the amendment?
Yeah.
That portion is still in there, Representative Woodcock, but it doesn't conflict with the statute that requires a member. This says at large. So that's what that means. If someone, you wouldn't have several of them on there. You have one representative from the Board of Selectmen and the one from the school board that's already there. This would be an additional. So you wouldn't be able to run for the at-large position of the Municipal Budget Committee and the school board. Do you follow what I mean?
I follow what you mean. I was confused when I read it here. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and as soon as we get that amendment, and so we can start working on it prior to, it would be helpful. Are there any other questions of Greg? Yes, Representative Cascadon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick. For clarification on the terminologies, the way that I'm interpreting your request is that if schools are in different towns.
Yes.
And they may be one SAU, but the towns operate under their own school boards. That's where you're going. So the language may be clarified in the amendment because a municipality would not have multiple towns, but might have multiple schools.
Yeah, it is very difficult to get the wording right in this.
Okay. Thank you.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's see, on 103, Bear Christina, School Boards Association.
Good morning, members of the committee. Thank you, Chairman Ladd, Barrett Christina from the New Hampshire School Boards Association. I want to thank Representative Roy for clarifying that an amendment may be coming. The testimony, both by Representative Roy and the other individual, caught me off guard, to be quite honest with you. It seemed very different than what I thought it was going to be based on the language of the bill, and I see everybody sort of nodding and whatnot. So if I could respectfully maybe just ask a favor that before I spend time dealing with this, which is a completely, the bill in front of us is completely different than what I thought it was going to be based on the testimony that we heard. If I could have an opportunity to perhaps address the committee if and when the revised bill comes out. I know that may be during executive session and you don't necessarily take testimony during executive session, but my testimony right now, I'm not prepared to talk about what may be coming out because I thought this was in reading this bill, I thought it was restricting who could run for school board. I thought it was restricting family members from working in the schools if they had a spouse or a child that was on the school board. So I'm a little confused, which is not the best way to give my first testimony before this.
I had the same impression and understanding as you just presented to us. And when we do this, working with this amendment, you've helped us out with manifest education hardship, and we look to your support to work with you in trying to clean this up.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Questions for?
Yeah, it's really a question to the chair and Attorney Christina. Also, when considering the amendment for this, and the language for that, considering the potential intersection with RSA 32, which is the Municipal Budget Committee.
I can address that now, Representative, if that's all right. The provision about prohibited from being a member at large on the Municipal Budget Committee, that's already in current law. RSA 32:15. Subparagraph 5, Roman numeral 5. No selectman, town manager, member of the school board, village district commissioner, full-time employee, part-time department head, so on and so forth. None of those shall serve as a member at large of a municipal budget committee under 32. So that provision is already covered in law.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Damon.
I think this is actually a question for you, Chairman. Is there ever a hearing on an amendment when it sounds like the amendment will be a considerably different bill than what we have in front of us?
Yes, if the amendment is totally different than the bill, but the decision would have to be made. Is this amendment non-germane to the bill that we're discussing. I don't think what we're discussing right now is really non-germane. It's, we just have, I think, a wording problem and linkage with other statutes and that we can clean all this stuff up. And hopefully we can.
Great. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah. So, any other questions for Mr. Christina? Not seeing,
Thank
thanks
you.
very much. Do we have any more cards on this? Yes, Brian. Brian Hawkins, NEA New Hampshire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'll be even shorter than Mr. Christina. I originally checked off opposition to this bill, but having heard the intent, I scratched that off. And so not having the amendment, the only thing I would just offer is that whatever the committee arrives at, that we're not going in a more restrictive qualifications for then and certainly have no problem with what the intent, it sounds like, of the bill is. So I'll just leave it at that.
When we get all this squared away and you've worked with us in the code of ethics and all that, we'd be glad to work with you also.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want a subcommittee this week?
It's a matter of timing right now. I think we can put together just a group of people to work on that. So we'll do something down that end so we can get going on it, because I think we know where we want to go. It's just we got to wordsmith it. So.
I apologize if I stay here to take my lumps of embarrassment instead of running out the door.
I think you're off the hook, Representative Roy.
Using Facebook to.
Okay, are there any other questions or people who'd like to testify on this intent? So thank you very much. We're going to close this hearing. And it's about 1:15 right now, and I think where we are, we're at lunch. Yes, it's the best part of the day, isn't it? Or maybe adjournment is, but.
What time do we reconvene, Mr. Chair?
We convene at 1 o'clock to do HB 168.
Thank you.
Yep. So we're reconvening at 1 o'clock. Thank you. sponsor the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee members. For the record, Glenn Cordelli, representing Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ossipee in the beautiful Lakes region. This is a pretty simple bill, just adjusts the requirement for surety bonds to protect student tuitions for students going to a career school. And the reason I'm happy to sponsor this is because I had involvement in a situation with a career school. Several years ago, 10, 12 years ago, our county built a new nursing home. We still have, and still to this day, have the old nursing home in place. The old nursing home has a beautiful, well-equipped kitchen and a large dining room that's doing nothing right now. Several years ago, a group had the idea to form a culinary academy. Came to the county to talk about use of the space and worked out arrangements. But there are procedures you have to go through to start a career school, a career academy, and this is part of it. So what happened is that they ran into problems with the process, and as local representative, they reached out to me. And I got involved and had multiple meetings with the Department of Education, Mr. Appleby's predecessor, Dr. McCabe, who was in charge of career schools back then. The problem was with the amount of the surety bond that was being required of them. I forget the exact dollars involved, but it was a very substantial monthly amount to pay for the surety bond, well beyond their means to get donors to help them on a monthly basis with funding of the surety bond. So long story short, it finally got stalled. They probably were not going to be able to go forward, but then unfortunately one of the principals, who was a career CTE, a culinary instructor, who was the lead instructor for this culinary academy, took ill, and the group dissolved. Just an interesting note that during the past general election, a local Democrat state rep candidate who I had conversation with, turned out that that chef was her father. So we had very nice conversation. She didn't realize that I was the person who had been trying to help them. But I am well aware of the problems in trying to get started a career school, in this case a culinary academy, and would very much like to see reasonable requirements for the surety bond, both to cover the students, but also to allow the career academy to get started. The more we can do, I come from the Lakes region, right below the White Mountains. Hospitality is huge in our area. A culinary academy would have been fantastic to help supply people to those restaurants and clubs in the area. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, but anything we can do to make it more accessible to people to start a career academy and provide opportunities, I think the better we all will be. In terms of the 10% in the bill and so forth, I think Mr. Appleby can better address that than I. But I wanted to present this bill because of my personal involvement with a career school. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Representative Cordelli? Yes, Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon once again, Representative Cordelli, of the fine Lakes region. I understand clearly, Glenn, about the community school and the county school and the culinary school. My concern is, not that particular school, my concern is, if I recall, the intent of this bill was to be able to provide reimbursement for a lot of those quick startup career schools that come and go. And the students that participate from 20 to 80 get their tuition back if the school goes bankrupt, it goes belly up. And I'm concerned, looking at the change to the percentage of the annual gross of projected tuition, that may not cover if the school starts up and goes out at midnight and packs the cars and goes away. That's my concern. What's your take on that as regards this bill?
I think that is a reasonable question to ask, and I think Mr. Appleby will probably be able to address that better than I in terms of his experience with startup career academies and the whole process and the protections for students.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Yes, Representative.
I know it's
Cascade.
afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We need more of that coffee we're doing out there.
I'll share it with you. Just for some clarification, because I'm familiar with CTE centers. So are you talking about adding a program to a current career and technical ed regional center that we have in the state?
No, I'm sorry if I was confusing
Yeah.
that. The principal who was involved in the program was a former CTE culinary instructor, and he and a couple of other people were trying to start a career school, a new culinary academy outside of CTE, nothing
Okay.
to do with CTE.
So something in a private realm.
Correct.
Whereas if that culinary program, it could work in a partnership with the local district to be a culinary arts program within their Korean Technical Regional Session.
We talked about that, CTE students upon graduation could come and get further education at the Culinary Academy
Correct.
before moving on to a local establishment.
And if it was a partnership with the regional center, would it not then be covered under indemnification of that program?
I'll leave that to Mr. Appleby.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for Representative Cordelli? Steve, Mr. Appleby, do you have a pink card done or not? Okay, don't worry about it right now, this moment. Perhaps what you could do, Steve, is explain a little bit about these post-secondary career schools, because I know that's your bailiwick over there with certification.
Yep. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your time this afternoon. For the record, my name is Stephen Appleby. I am the Director of Educator Support in Higher Education at the Department of Ed. One of the programs I oversee, as the chair alluded to, is the licensing of post-secondary career schools. Just by way of history, as Representative Cordelli mentioned some history with this issue, I was an owner at one time of a licensed career school in our state. So my involvement with career school licensing statutes and administrative rules goes back about 23 years, 24 years. There was a change, so a little bit of explanation. Post-secondary career schools, the key words there are post-secondary. Right? These are schools that are started that are geared towards folks who have completed high school, and they may be looking for vocational training of some sort, or computer training. Maybe they want to work in an office, they need Microsoft Office training, or LNA training outside of, so you know, they're closest, if you want to think about equivalents, they're closest in nature typically to our community colleges. But again, they also fulfill niches. So we have a school in Manchester that teaches individuals how to be professional dog groomers. So we have that, and we run the gamut. We have an HVAC school. We have a heavy equipment operator school. And and I'm sorry, this is a little bit in the way, yeah. So these schools fulfill, training for a number of professions, but that fall outside. They're typically not accredited, and they are typically for profit, although there are exceptions to both of those statements. So the surety indemnification was put in place many, many years ago to protect students from exactly the type of concern that a school closes precipitously, students have paid tuition, and because the school is a tuition-based school, they, of course, can't pay it back because they've gone bankrupt. in 2021, in the fall of 2021, we had our largest licensed post-secondary career school in the state close precipitously. And that school had a bond, and that bond to date has reimbursed about $204,000 in tuition to its students. I would note that that is less than 10% of its annual adjusted gross tuition. It's more in the order of about 7%. And this was our largest school. Prior to that closure in 2021, the last time we had to exercise a bond was, I believe, 2015. So these are not common events. In my 22, 23 years, gosh, I don't want to date myself, I can think of 4 instances where we've had to collect on a bond that I'm aware of. Now, of course, for a good part of that time, I was on the other side of the table, but it's a small community. Most of us know each other. Most schools know each other. We used to have a career school association that I helped co-found many years ago. And again, with an idea of strengthening the industry and keeping folks who weren't serious out of the industry, because it hurts everyone, right? When one school closes, it hurts all the other schools, regardless of what they teach. So that's a little bit of background. Questions on background? No, great. Prior to 2018, the standard that we had for many, many, many years was that a school would obtain a bond for 10% of their annual tuition. And that worked well for licensure purposes because schools could go to a bond company, point to the RSA, say, here's my tax return or here's my first year business projection. And here's the statute, says 10% of that. So if my first year projection is $250,000 in tuition, then I need a bond for $25,000. The bond companies, it was clean for them. They understood it. They could write that bond. Since the change in 2018, where the change was to move to more of an ongoing what your potential liability is in any given year, in any given time, the bond companies have struggled to write bonds and subsequently have charged schools more to obtain those bonds because it's not as clean. It's harder for the schools to talk about liability throughout the year because it may change depending on number of students they have. As programs start and programs end, that number goes up and down, the liability. Likewise, where those students are in a particular program. The school that I mentioned that closed in 2021, we had a number of students who were 95% completed with their program, and the liability of undelivered training at that point was very, very small, and in fact was taught out by another school. So in that instance, the liability was very, very small, and the industry stepped up and covered for that school. But based on the current statute, the school had to carry a bond for that full tuition. So this is the proposed change is a reaction to comments from school owners around the state that the 10% was much easier, our bond company understood it, and frankly, it cost us less to maintain that bond than the current system. So.
Okay. So are you willing to take any questions from the committee here? Are there any questions for Mr. Appleby? Representative Luno? Okay.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Steve Appleby, for joining us this afternoon and taking some questions. What are other states doing with respect to post-secondary career schools?
So it really runs the gamut from a small percentage to full year. So if your revenue was $1 million last year, you need to carry a bond for $1 million, to potentially requiring other schools to do teach-outs and having teach-out agreements in place with other schools. So it really kind of runs the gamut.
Follow up on that?
Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm intrigued by the teach out clause. Is that something that you think if we were to move forward in this direction, that having a teach out requirement might be a good?
I think, frankly, the states that rely on teach outs are states like Pennsylvania that have hundreds and hundreds of these schools. We have less than 60. So the challenge would be that, for example, the dog grooming school that I mentioned, they're it. So who would do the teach out for them? So if we made it a requirement that they needed to have a teach out plan in place with a competitor, they don't have a competitor. So does that mean they would have to close, or a new school couldn't open because there was no competitor? So so the states that do teach outs tend to be the largest states.
So since you sort of posed a question back to me on that, which is a little unusual during a hearing, but
Sorry.
but that's all right. That's
This
all
is
right.
my style. I'm just conversational.
It's the beginning of the season, so
Yeah, we'll give you one. That's your mulligan.
But I would suggest though that if the dog grooming school was closing down, that they would also be there would be an availability then of teaching staff who were and instructional space that another school might be able to continue to operate to fulfill the the contracts that they've made with that the former school had with their students, and that another school might be able to pick up using those resources. So just by virtue of the fact that we've only got about 60-ish schools as opposed to thousands of ish schools like Pennsylvania, that there may be a solution if we're trying to do something that is favorable to operating these schools, that we also do something in the same construction that's favorable to the students completing their program.
Okay, with Representative Woodcock, you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Appleby. I can see you. Mr. Elton, yeah, much better.
We're going to just move your chair, so you don't have to worry about it.
Thank you, Mr. Appleby. My question is, I understand the rationale for this, your explanation, Glenn's explanation clearly. But the intent, if I understand the original law, to make sure the students are not the one that were footing the loss. So in this bill, is the change in the best interest of the students, or the change or in the best interest of the for-profit owner?
Thank you for the question. I think both. Because if it is more of a financial burden on our schools to carry a bond, that raises tuition. And it raises the bar, as Representative Cordelli mentioned, to even start a school. So to me, it benefits both sides. It's certainly clearer that it benefits a career school owner, but I think it has a knock-on effect to their students or prospective students in the case of an institution trying to open.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Representative Tanner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have two questions. One was Representative Cordelli talked about payments, ongoing payments, and is it a one time a year payment to an insurance company? I assume there are insurance companies that hold these, or is it an ongoing monthly payment that the school has to come up with?
Thank you for the question. That would be up to the school and its insurance company. It's similar to when you buy car insurance, you can pay annually or you can pay monthly.
Okay.
And monthly costs you a little more each month, and you're really just financing that. So it really depends on the school and the insurance company.
And my second question is does this apply to all career schools that are trying to get start up, that they have to get a license and be under regulations, or is there a threshold on, for example, Susie Jones, who decides that she wants to teach 2 dog walkers, does she have to get a license, or is there a threshold on yearly tuition, gross tuition, or even numbers of students in the academy?
Great question. Thank you. So I'll point out, first of all, these are vocational schools, not avocational schools. So the person who decides they're going to teach kids how to play the piano out of their home, this doesn't cover those individuals. That's avocational. But the person who opens a school to teach individuals how to be piano teachers as a profession, that's vocational. So those would be covered. So a person dog walking, that would not typically be covered unless they're teaching people how to start businesses to be dog walkers or something, right? But No, the threshold, I believe, so statutory change last year, is $100,000 a year in annual revenue. Below that, they do not need a license. That was a new statute. But so it all depends when a new school comes to the department. They present a business plan, and that business plan has a revenue projection. If that revenue projection is $100,000 in their first year, then we require them to get a bond. If it is below that, then we do not require it, but they have to check back in with us after a year to see have they gone above it. And it is incumbent upon them to tell us if they're above $100,000, then their exclusion expired, is no longer valid, and they have to apply for a license.
Thank you. Further questions of Steve Appleby? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have another bill coming up a little later here on well, I see Kathy Provencher's already here. So you might want to hang around if you have a moment or two. Are there any other people who want to testify on this bill 168? Not seeing any, so we'll close this hearing. And we'll roll into HB 155. This bill is relative to 155, relative to Division of Educator Support in Higher Education and relative to surety indemnification for private post-secondary career schools. Somewhat the same, but a little bit different. Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was waiting for you to invite me.
Well, you found your way to the podium or the table without having to be invited, didn't you? You're familiar with it.
Been here before, to include even today. Thank you again, Mr. Chair and members. For the record, I am still Mike Moffett, Merrimack 4, beautiful towns of Canterbury and Loudon. In this HB 155 is an act relative to the Division of Educator Support in Higher Education and relative to surety indemnification for private post-secondary career schools. Surety indemnification. I kind of would rather talk about communism again, but let's get into this surety indemnification. So you all have a copy of HB 155. So indemnity is the backbone of many surety bonds. In short, indemnity compels a party to compensate another party for a cause. And a surety bond involves the obligee having the legal right to collect from the surety if the principal of the bond fails to uphold their end of the bond arrangements or whatever agreements that they agreed upon. So HB 155 modifies some statutory language concerning DOE's Division of Educator Support in Higher Education. This would be, as I'm sure you all know, RSA 21-N:8-A, Roman numeral 2. So there you have it. So you can see the changes in the measure that you should have in front of you. So on page 1, line 15, you'll see it removes section 7, which involves one member of the Higher Education Commission to be appointed by the governor and council as a representative from a for-profit college university that's not a member of the New Hampshire College and University Council. And some of the thinking here being that a private for-profit institution, there might be some issues that being regulated by a competing public school commission. On page 2, line 8, you will see that subsection 4 is also removed with regard to applying for grants, etc. Some of the thinking here being that it could be unwieldy for a commission to apply for grants as opposed to an institution applying for grants. It's a little different. On page 3, lines 3 through 7, you see there's more language changes and crossouts. Some of the thinking here being that the current bond requirement is potentially daunting and potentially overwhelming, which could make it unnecessarily fatal to an institution obligated to secure a bond sufficient to reimburse the tuition for, quote, any service contract, unquote. So when you see something that says any service, that kind of also means every service contract. So the new proposed language, I think, is a little more realistic and a little more manageable. Also on page 3, lines 19 through 21, you'll see the new language that quantifies the amount in question for an irrevocable letter of credit. You see it says, now it says at least, changing it to be equal to at least 10% of the annual gross tuition for the current academic year, as opposed to simply being, quote, determined by the commission. So the language of something just being, quote unquote, determined by the commission is a little elastic, to be sure. Is the way the statute currently reads, the commission could, theoretically determine almost any amount. So this limits and quantifies that. This is where we get the 10% figure. And so that takes us through all the language changes in RSA 21-N:8-A Roman numeral 2. And thank you for your attention. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions. I know we have some other experts here, and try to take any questions after pointing out that I am a sports writer as opposed to an attorney or an accountant.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for Representative Moffett? Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Welcome again, Representative Moffett. Going to page 2, line 8, where from the Higher Education Commission, you've removed apply for, accept, expend state, federal, or other grants. How's that being used right now?
Thank you for the question, Representative Luno. In all candor, this is a measure I was asked to help shepherd through. So I've done, as you can tell, I've done some homework on it.
Okay.
And how's it being used now? I honestly, if I can make a note of it, if you want to shoot me an email, I'm very good at tracking down answers, and I honestly don't have a good answer as to how that's currently being used.
So did this language come from the department?
I can't tell you right this minute the folks who asked me to help with this or who made the recommended changes. I just looked at them and I said I'd try to help. And
is there going to be so question for the chair? Is there going to be somebody from the department that can talk about how? I can't actually see him because he's right behind.
Cards in his hand.
Okay. Great. No, thanks. I'll save it for Steve. Thanks.
Sure, and of course, as soon as we leave here today, you folks, as I said this morning, own this measure, and it'll be yours.
Thank you. Further questions for Representative Moffett? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have other pink cards here? Steve, you have some? Kathy, are you here for this bill? Do you need one? You're just here to hear? Okay. Representative Steve Appleby.
Good afternoon again, and for the record, Steve Appleby, Director of Educator Support and Higher Education at the New Hampshire Department of Ed. Not recovering the ground of the surety indemnification, because that's also captured in the previous bill. The language, for example, beginning line 10, where we added designee, and you'll see a number of changes after that to the Higher Education Commission. This proposal was completed in conjunction with the university system, as well as the New Hampshire College and University Council, to kind of clean up the membership of the Higher Education Commission. Some of you may be aware, being on this body, that you need a quorum to hold a meeting. Well, One of the things that the Higher Education Commission, which is a rulemaking body, struggles with sometimes is having a quorum. And this bill cleans up some of those kind of self-inflicted wounds, if you will. So, for example, line 15, we have not had a for-profit college in our state in 5 years. There are currently none. So that is a seat that has sat open for 5 years on the Higher Education Commission. Likewise, if we go up a little bit to lines 10 and 11, where we added designee, those are instances where rarely do we get a chancellor to necessarily, chancellors show up, presidents of colleges not as much. And we currently have a situation where the chancellor of the university system is also the president of a campus. So that individual is named twice in statute, but can only fill one seat. So if that individual doesn't show up, we have 2 empty seats towards our quorum. So the idea behind these changes is to clean up the language, recognize the current reality of our higher education community, and quite honestly, facilitate us holding regular higher education meetings. So that's the background. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, my question to you, Mr. Appleby, is with respect to how make sure I get the term right, the Higher Education Commission exercises its responsibility on page 2, line 8, to to apply for, accept, and expend state, federal, and other grants.
I did not ask for that strike. I'm not sure where that came from, but I can tell you that prior to being in my current role, I served on the Higher Education Commission for 10 years, and I never saw us apply for or accept a grant at the commission level. So I suspect it's just, again, recognize the reality that the commission doesn't do that.
Follow up on that. I appreciate the fact that maybe the prime sponsor and your testimony is it's not a definitive no, the commission doesn't do that and it's never done that. But I think before we go about eliminating something like that, we'd want to make sure that I guess, would it be possible for you to produce a report on what grants the commission has applied for and, what funds it has expended over the last decade, just so that we can make sure that a nonprofit organization in the state is all of a sudden losing its and there's lots of nonprofit organizations in the state that it's losing its funding.
I'm happy to produce a report. I was named to the Higher Ed Commission in 2007, and when I came to the department in 2018, resigned my position on the commission. So from 2007 forward, we'd applied. I'm happy to put that in writing, but we did not apply for a grant.
If you can run a report from whatever the,
no, I understand. I suspect as well, the way that that's written may be an artifact of potentially decades ago when the commission was set up.
Okay.
The commission goes back to the 1960s. It used to be the Post-Secondary Education Commission, and then it became the Higher Ed Commission. So again, I don't know where the language came from, strike through, but I'm happy to
just want to make sure we get a clean, definitive answer that we're not, that there's nothing unintentional happening from this.
Yeah, I think we need to go back, remember Ed McKay?
Yeah.
That dates back to him. But, okay, any further questions, Mr. Appleby? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Okay, are there any other pink slips here we have in 155?
I'm sorry. I thought of it before.
I use my mic. So I noticed that the wording in the two bills that that you've just testified on is slightly different. One is equal to at least 10% of the annual gross tuition in the year the bond is secured, and the other one is equal to at least 10% of the annual gross tuition for the current academic year. And my question is one preferable to the other? And if we pass both of them, are they going to conflict? Or, I mean, we got to deal with these two bills, right? And so how do we deal with them? That, I guess, what is your recommendation? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I would defer to the language of HB 155 for the academic year because we're trying to protect the students in the current academic year. So,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Cornell?
Thank you. Isn't SNU a for-profit college?
No,
No?
Southern Hampshire University is a not-for-profit institution.
Okay, thank
Our
you.
last for-profit institution, I don't know who closed first, Mount Washington College or Daniel Webster College, but before both of those are our last two, and they were both for-profit, as they were bought by out-of-state for-profit institutions.
Okay, further questions? Thank you very much again. Hard to believe that Dartmouth's not for profit, huh? All right, no more pink cards than that, so we're going to close that hearing. Okay. 2:00. Okay, we have about a 15-minute break here. The other one's scheduled to start at 2:00.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to hang loose here for 15 minutes. Boy, I thought SNU was for profit.
And thank you for having me. I miss you guys. So my name is Representative Deb Hobson, and I represent Rockingham County, District 14. So I was asked to bring this measure by one of my constituents, and unfortunately they couldn't join me today. So I'm hoping that this measure will be a simple change to an existing statute, but make a profound difference in the lives of students across New Hampshire. Changing the term encourage in RSA 189:11-C to require. So how many times have you all been surprised by a youngster that can't read a greeting card from their grandmother or a note from a manager? And so as I was doing some research on this bill, I was really surprised to learn how much cursive handwriting helps all kinds of learning disabilities. It's in essence like learning a new language. The PBS NewsHour, I will hand out this testimony at the conclusion of my speaking. PBS NewsHour interviewed a 9th grade student that was diagnosed with dyslexia after struggling for 10 years at school. Cursive writing exercises may have helped this student by integrating the hand-eye coordination and fine motor skills. Functional MRIs show a stronger association for learning and memory when hands are involved. Another quote from Minds in Motion state that cursive writing creates neural pathways required to stimulate brain activity for language fluency and vision motor control needed for cognitive development, reading, sports, and socialization. For example, taking notes helps students facilitate deeper and more critical thinking, and kids assimilate the content and remember the content better. And I can attest because that process works for me. Psychology Today, October 2020, indicates that there is accumulating evidence that not learning cursive handwriting may hinder the brain's optimum potential to learn and remember. A study out of Norway used high-density EEG to monitor the brain's electrical activity when students use keyboards, cursive writing, and drawing visually presented works using a digital pen or traditional paper and pencil. Data analysis shows that cursive handwriting primed the brain for learning by synchronizing brain waves and stimulating more electrical activity in the brain's parietal lobe and central region. This provides the brain with optimal conditions for learning. Cursive writing activates a unique reading circuit in the brain. So the parietal lobe that gets stimulated with cursive writing interprets visual information, retains short-term memory, senses temperature changes through touch, helps control language, mathematical problem-solving skills. These seem to be really helpful with some of the learning loss that our students have encountered. One scientist said that pen and paper gives the brain more hooks, in quotes, to hang on to your memories onto. A lot of senses are activated by pressing the pen onto the paper, seeing letters you write and hearing the sound you make while writing. These sense experiences create contact between different parts of the brain and open the brain up for learning. The School Board Association and the Superintendent's Association this morning testified that this might be considered a curriculum bill, but this measure is already in statute and is simply a change from encourage to require districts that are already providing this program. I would imagine they need not change their practices. But encourage versus require means that some students might be getting this instruction and some might not. So that is the testimony I have, and I don't know if there's any questions. I'll try to answer them.
Thank you very much, Representative Hobson. Representative Lekes.
Thank you. Thank you. I was talking to some people this morning and the other day who insisted that all these things are being taught to all of our students. Both the cursive writing and the math are being taught to all of our students today. And so I'm asking, do you have any examples or do you know of cases where that's not being done?
Well, I do have personal experience with students that are not not able to read cursive, but I do not know in my own school if that's being taught. I think some other people are going to testify and they may have some evidence.
Thank you. Further question, Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back, Representative Hazen.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
You too.
The multiple, I agree with cursive. As you can see, I still use it, nobody can read it. Sometimes I can't read it an hour later. So the Reinhardt method is not working well for me.
I think we can help you.
Thank you, appreciate that. But beyond that, I was concerned about the multiplication tables. Has this been aligned with any of the current elementary school curriculums? Have we talked to the elementary school curriculum committees? Is it involved in the DOE content piece for elementary schools? I'm thinking, I can't imagine that the multiplication tables aren't part and parcel of what the youngsters do coming up as part of their elementary math. I think the part that concerned me was the fact that the requirement of the memorization of that. I'm wondering if that's the difference. I don't know if you talked, I thought it was being done, and I just didn't know if you had a chance to, in this bill, to talk to DOE or elementary, the Elementary Association.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I did speak with Commissioner Edelblue. He has provided technical advisories on math facts. I was not able to get to that before testimony today. So I don't really have, I guess, concrete evidence of the multiplication tables, but they're in the same statute. So that's why we're being talked about today.
Okay. And and just back to the cursive, if I may, not the cursive itself, but the fact that if we integrate, once again, that should be a local piece, but if we do that, there clearly is going to be an identifiable cost to that, and that youngsters now don't have pencils and paper and crayons. We have the backpack movements before we start every year. Yeah, you can't go to school and find these types of things for kids like we used to in our day. So there's going to be, I'm not going to say it's extraordinary, I have no idea, but there clearly is going to be a cost for schools starting to, which they probably have been doing all along, is providing writing supplies for youngsters as they go through the system as a part and parcel of this cursive piece. So there would be some additional cost there.
Okay.
I'm just concerned that it's not there now. I mean, there's no paper.
So is that a question? I'm sorry.
Yes, that's a question. So have you looked into that as in terms of one of the
Fiscal impact?
extenuating circumstances of putting cursive into the requirement?
You know, I thought about that. I can't say that I thought the fiscal impact would be significant. Pretty sure schools have pencils and papers and crayons, but I think that's probably something that can be teased out in this committee.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair.
Yeah, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for presenting this bill. You're preaching to the choir. My concern is, I had a similar concern this morning with the communism bill. Instruction, a certain vagueness to provide instruction. At least that one said something about 60 minutes. There was some attainable goal. Here, it seems so vague that, you know, a teacher could be like, not really in agreement that this is something, and in 5 minutes be like, oh, we talked about cursive.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that was just a concern I wanted to bring up, and I didn't know if you had any comments on clarifying this.
Yeah, so I guess thank you for the question, and I guess my answer would be, as a state member or from the state's perspective, requiring it to be taught, the local control piece would allow the teachers and the administrators to decide what program to use, how to do it. So I don't know that we're just saying that it's an important piece and that it should be required. So the local control piece can stay right where it is. As far as, you know, again, we can talk about in committee what that looks like. I don't know if that answers your question or not. Sorry.
If we go this side, Representative Luno?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Representative Hobson, for joining us today.
Thank you.
You know, we've I think a lot of us obviously have been on school boards, and we've had you know, kids, our own kids in public schools, and so you know, we've conducted ourselves in a variety of different capacities, either as parents of students or school board members or state reps being in our communities, talking with constituents. And for sure, we've all heard from a lot of people about our schools and what we should be doing and concerns. And there's obviously, we're going to be getting a pile of bills like this, like we had last year, regarding a lot of this stuff. A lot of it will have to do with, diversity, equity, inclusion. A lot of it has to do with teaching credentials. A lot of it has to do with a lot of other things. But where in your mind does cursive fit in this, I guess, scope of things that you've heard from people in terms of what schools should be doing?
Well, like I said, I'm bringing this forward on behalf of a constituent. I hear it constantly. Schools should be doing this. Schools should be doing that. So the statute exists. I think whoever put it there thinks that it's an important piece. And I think that if we can help offset some struggles for kids, I think that's a good thing. Trying to remember the other parts of your question. Is this important? Anything that can make an experience for children happier at school and help them in their learning, I think is worthwhile. So
follow up on that?
Yes.
Would it, what's in the statute is very different than what you've proposed here, because what you're proposing is changing a statute that is advisory and turning it into a mandate. But to the point that you make, and I have no reason to take exception to this. For example, I think you used an example of a student with dyslexia may see some improvement with cursive, but would that prohibit a student's IEP from having cursive in there, even though not every student in the school would be learning cursive?
I don't think I understand your question, Rep. Luno. So
Could the student with dyslexia have in their individualized educational program a requirement on the school to help instruct that student in cursive without requiring the school to instruct every student in cursive?
you know what? I probably am not qualified to answer that question. There is someone that's testifying after me that probably would be better suited.
All right, we'll take it up then. Great.
Okay,
Thank
thanks.
Further questions? Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you, Representative Hobson, and it's good to see you back.
You too.
Would you be willing to extend this through an amendment to apply to charter schools as well?
Well, charter schools are public schools.
But they're not, they don't follow any of the regulations unless specifically stated in the regulation.
Okay, I don't know. I don't see why that would be a detraction. I think it would, if it helps one, I think it would help them all.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Hobson, I just had a quick question about this letter from, it's not signed.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I was having some trouble getting it printed. That was from a teacher that that I had interviewed, so.
Well, my question is, she mentions concerning math that there are some students that need different approaches to multiplication.
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering how they get incorporated into something that's requiring multiplication tables if they need a different approach.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the question. And like I mentioned, there is some guidance from the commissioner, and I think that's probably something that can be teased out in the bill. I mean, in committee.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Representative, I have two, one for you and one for Representative Hudson. I'll start with you since you are the chairman. Rick, was there a point in time when cursive was a required part of the curriculum? way back,
Well, I can tell you as my experience, because I started out as a fourth grade teacher. And cursive was taught through the spelling program we had, and you wrote, and we at the same time, you got phonics out of it, and you got other skills associated, so you were doing more than one thing at a time.
Right.
My training on becoming a teacher was at Orono, University of Maine.
Yes, sir.
And I came back for a certification or as a special student, because my first degree was in geography and urban renewal. And so I came back as a special teacher in elementary, took another 30 hours. Penmanship was a required course at that time as an elementary teacher. And so I learned to use the Zahner-Bloser method. Some were using the Palmer method at the time. But it was something that I was required. I remember that class well because the teacher at Orono said, young man, you come up and you write on the board. And I did, but I knew what she was doing. She was going to grade me based upon what I did then and what I did at the end of the course. So, of course, you know, being a wise guy out of the military, I just put anything on the board. But it's important that you can't believe that. But I can tell you, yes, it was part of the required areas of study at the Winthrop Elementary School in Winthrop, Maine.
But in New Hampshire, Rick, do we ever have it?
I did not live, I was brought up in Canada and then to Maine, so. But all the classes throughout, you know, and of course then we had typewriters.
Right.
And so reports were handed in cursive at the time.
Okay, that answers the question.
Yeah,
Thank you. I have one for Representative Hobson. Would you be amenable to splitting these between mathematics and cursive, make it two bills? Make an amendment that has two bills. I see the mathematics and the requirement for multiplication and the memorization and those as a totally different bill and clearly totally different way than my support. Not that my support means anything for one person, but I just think together they have less chance than they do it divided. So if you maybe consider that.
Oh, yeah, thank you for the question, and sure. I'd be.
And just as a note on that, this is no longer Representative Hobson's bill. This is our bill. So you have the opportunity to do that if you so desire, to, you know, amend or scratch, delete out, and then keep part or modify one way or the other. That's.
Well, I see she has two significant co-sponsors here on the bill in the room. They probably could do it much better than I.
Oh. Good. Okay, if there are no further questions of Representative Hobson, we have other people that are here. Dr. Michael Gendre, Gendre. Thank you.
You have to press the button on
The red button, you know, or yeah.
Yeah.
You just push down, you'll see it come on.
Yes, my name is Michael Gendre. I live in Northampton. I'm actually on the school board in Northampton. I've taught philosophy for about 35 years in Massachusetts. I can tell you, I actually came to testify on the writing, on the cursive part, not so much on the multiplication table. So I appreciate your suggestion to keep something going. It's been my experience that students cannot really read, even in college, cursive. The vast majority, perhaps at least, not the vast majority is too much, but at least 40 to 50% of the students cannot read cursive. And when they're presented with it, they blank out and they panic. And therefore, I've had to take some extra time to, in fact, show them how it works. And when I've done it like 2 or 3 times, it took a number of hours, but the students were very grateful that I spent the time. And then they told me that they could use it if they learned how to now write in cursive as opposed to only read in cursive. So there was 2 processes. Number one, the reading cursive, and then the second would be writing cursive. And they appreciated the fact that if they went to the writing of cursive, they would write this as a skill on their curriculum and when they applied for a job. Because in some cases, the ability to write cursive actually makes a difference for getting a job. So I can tell you that putting that in a bill and approving the bill, moving from suggested to required, could really facilitate that also for the acquisition of skills for students. And I think I'd be very grateful to you all if that happened.
Thank you very much. Are you willing to take any questions?
Sure.
Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Oh, okay, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And thank you for being here. In what capacity did you realize that students were unable to read the cursive?
As a teacher. As a teacher, yeah, in college.
So did a follow-up, I'm sorry. Did you write like comments on papers and they couldn't read them? Was that sort of?
Yeah, and I had the students come over for during my office hours, and then I taught them, and then I showed them, and then I gave them videos to learn and to essentially be able to read. Once they were able to do that, 2 of them out of the 3 came to ask for how could they write. And of course I said, I'm not going to be able to do that. But I could tell you that there was an interest in them learning how to write.
Thank you. I had a similar experience.
Oh, really?
Thank you. Representative Pentinel, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In your opinion, how challenging did you think these students found it to learn cursive essentially as adults, as opposed to if they had learned it in 1st, 2nd, 3rd grade, like most of us learned it?
There was a sort of block for maybe an hour, but then, you just show them different words and you help them at the beginning, and then they, oh yeah, that's the G, that's a capital G, which doesn't look like a cursive G. And they're like, oh yeah, okay, I can remember, they will memorize it and they'll be happy that they learned it. And it's almost instant gratification on their part. Once they've acquired this, the deciphering of this strange symbol, they're very happy that they can do it from now on.
Thank you.
Yep.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Lori Ball? Is she here? Oh, okay.
Hi, my name is Lori Ball. I am a representative from District 25, which is in Salem. I'm here to speak on, for the changing of the word encouraged to required. To give you a little bit of my background, I have been in education in some capacity for the last 30 years. I have spent 12 years teaching middle school. I'm certified in 4 areas of education in New Hampshire, one of which is a reading and writing specialist with an emphasis on teaching children with dyslexia. A couple things that sorry, I sound nervous because I am. A couple of things that I'd like to just kind of lay a little bit of a groundwork. As a special education teacher, we are taught to always go or think of the least dangerous assumption. If we can meet the needs of our at-risk students in the general education classroom, then all students will benefit. Cursive writing and multiplication tables is something that our at-risk students have difficulty mastering, and if we worked on that in the general education classroom, all students would acquire that skill as well. A couple of questions that came up that I would like to address before I forget, or before you forget, is I'd just like to point out that in Montessori school, children are taught to write in cursive from 2.5, and they are taught to read in block. And by doing that, the children learn both. As far as why children would have difficulty and the benefit of teaching cursive writing to younger children is if we observe children writing or learning block letters, they hold their pencils extremely tight and requires the child to lift and lower their pencil multiple times just to write one letter. For instance, to write the letter M, they lift and lower 4 times. to write the letter H, a capital H and a capital M. It would be 3 times. So it's a constant lifting and lower of the pencil. The other thing that comes into play here is that the students often have visual difficulties and they do not have good spacing between their letters. So now they have to bring in their other hand, because now they are lifting and lowering to write letters to form the words, but they have to bring their other hand in to put it down to make sure they have a space between their words. If cursive writing is taught, it takes that away. We can't write letters backwards because it doesn't flow. The children are learning to write from left to right, and the words have a beginning and an end. And so that's another component of why cursive works for so many young children. You had a question as to where it falls in the curriculum, and cursive would be a part of literacy. It is a part of communication in both reading and expressing yourself. And you asked about, would adding cursive to an IEP cause a fiscal impact? And absolutely it would, because typically cursive writing is not taught by the special educator, but by the OT specialist. So that's another teacher that would have to be put on the child's IEP. All that being said, I will now go in my direction and come from the standpoint of why we identify children for special education under specific learning disabilities. Now that I'm looking at this, I realized I forgot to thank you for allowing me to testify. I'm sorry. Kind of jumped into it and went into my tangents, which I tend to do. But I do respectfully submit this following argument. If we recognize that the original bill encouraging cursive writing and learning multiplication table addresses the needs of students with dyslexia, dysgraphia, and dyscalculia, which means students who do not write, do not read, and do not calculate at expected levels. And if we understand that students who cannot perform these simple literacy tasks efficiently are referred to special education to rule out an educational disability in the area of special education, and if we further understand that federal law requires the administration of an academic evaluation to assess students' ability to perform these simple tasks, include the student's ability to formulate and write sentences quickly, including writing as many sentences as possible within 7 minutes time frame. It also evaluates the student's ability to perform paper and pencil math computations. It also assesses the student's ability to solve as many simple addition, subtraction, and multiplication facts as possible within 3 minutes. And to this, I would add, the reason multiplication is in there and we don't see division is because students with dyslexia are right brain students. And right brain takes care of addition and subtraction. Left brain handles multiplication. That is the area of weakness for a student with dyslexia or dyscalculia. So they have to be explicitly taught to work on these skills to get fluency. If you don't teach them the multiplication facts, if they don't learn them, they will never, because they will rely on repeat addition. So they are way slowed down. Getting back to this, if we are aware that students identified as a student with an educational disability in the area of specific learning disabilities are not developmentally disabled, meaning that students with specific learning disabilities have IQs above 70 and are capable of learning and improving these basic literacy skills beyond a functional level. And if we know that students identified with specific learning disabilities may be removed from the general education environment in order to receive specialized instruction to address these fluency deficits. And if we also understand that according to the 2021 statewide census, 30,309 New Hampshire students are identified with an educational disability. And of those, 97,767 are students with specific learning disability. That's basic literacy skills that we have over 9,000 students not proficient. And if putting all these facts together, you can see how failing to require the teaching of cursive writing and multiplication tables could result in an over-identification of New Hampshire students with an educational disability in the area of specific learning disability, when in fact, these students have not been provided the opportunity to learn and master the skills being assessed as part of the special education process as required by federal law. Then you would have to agree that for the sake of the students who need to increase these writing and math fluency skills, you must provide an opportunity to learn and master cursive writing and multiplication skills in the general education classroom so these students are assured equal access to the curriculum and receive a free, appropriate public education, better known as FAPE, by amending HB 170 to change the word from encourage to require. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lori. I have a question for you.
Yes.
As a teacher that's worked with young people, are you seeing more folks today, as I guess I see too in stores, when the fine motor skills and holding a pen now is done in convoluted ways, and it appears to me that kids are struggling, or adults are struggling now in just getting something written down on a piece of paper. Are you seeing an increase in the number of students that you work with that just do not have even the concept of how to hold a pencil or a pen?
I will clarify that I retired in June of 2019, missed COVID, but and at that time, I would say that yes, there is a hard time of the children holding their pens and pencils, and they do have difficulty. As I said, they overgrasp and they hold their pencils very tightly.
Yeah. Questions of the speaker? Not seeing any? Oh, I Representative Leckes.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the same question I asked the previous speaker, and that is, do you know of specific instances where these are not being taught in our schools? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Yes, I do. When left to the discretion of the teacher, teachers can choose to teach it or not to teach it. I have children in the Salem School District, one in 3rd grade, and I have not seen any indication that he is learning cursive writing. Another representative told me that she has 2 children in the Wyndham School District, and these are both very quality school districts. One child was taught cursive and one was not. And I should also mention that it is required that when signing legal documents, children or adults do need to sign in cursive. Printing is not accepted on legal documents. And I will also point out that the hardest part of being a special education teacher in the middle school is sitting with parents of 7th and 8th graders and identifying their child with a specific learning disability, knowing they've never been taught the skill.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
If you have a copy of what you read to us, did you get that?
Yeah,
Did
we
you
have
get
to pass around.
Okay, I
Yes,
just wanted the clerk to have a copy of that.
I included the Woodcock Johnson. That is a standard test other than the Welchler. I didn't print that off. And I also printed this off of the census off of our education department.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other folks who want to testify on this bill? Yes.
He says.
I saw that.
Good afternoon. For the record, nice to see everyone again. Becky Wilson from the New Hampshire School Boards Association. Again, we would like to thank the sponsors and the co-sponsors of this bill for their passion and bringing forward a topic and a content area and a skill that they feel are so important for students in New Hampshire. We certainly do not want to get into whether or not those skills, et cetera, are of importance. However, as we had said earlier on other content bills, and we will not probably testify on every content specific bill that comes to this committee. However, we currently have 2 long-standing resolutions which support local school board responsibility for and the oversight of the local educational programs. This again goes against allowing local school districts to determine and to oversee specific programs. As we had stated previously with some of the other content-specific bills, the minimum standards for public school approval are currently undergoing a very rigorous, extensive process for revision right now that includes lots of community opportunity for feedback, feedback from teachers, feedback from students and parents. If these particular skills are not currently required, which we realize the statute currently says encourage, and to many of the points that have come to this committee this afternoon, it's unclear how many districts are or are not doing this at the general classroom level versus at a student-specific level based on need. But if it is something that rises to the level of the larger community feeling that it needs to be included in the minimum standards for public school approval, then we would encourage this committee to give that information to the groups that are working on the revisions for the ED 306 and the other committee, legislative committee that is overseeing some of that work. Again, there are, to some of the previous points made, many students who do have access to learning cursive writing and multiplication tables, either within the context of the general ed setting or in some other setting as part of a student's individualized education program. And that's where we would suggest that that information goes in terms of trying to incorporate those things into whether it is a mandatory curriculum aspect or at the discretion of the local school board. We would also just remind people that as more skills and content, et cetera, programs are incorporated into the minimum standards, that is part of what is considered an adequate education in the state, and that is to be funded by the state in that particular way. Whether or not the local district has to choose a program, if it is being mandated by the legislator and by rules and statute, then that would fall under adequate education from the state level. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Becky. Are there any questions of the School Boards Association? Yes, Representative Leno.
Thank you very much. And actually, Mr. Chair, I think this is probably more of a question to you, but it's based on what Ms. Wilson and Dr. Frew had mentioned during their testimony today, that these sorts of provisions may be better placed during the revisions to the Ed 306. But I was wondering, Mr. Chair, if you could speak a little bit to the the process that may be available to people and members of the public as well as representatives for commenting and providing feedback on these the Ed 306 rules.
Well, first of all, Ed 306, the minimum standards for public school approval are not the academic standards. And when we're looking at what are the targets which we have that we're going to take and align our improvement and assessment process in the state with, it's going to be the targets that we establish. Now, we put some courses or some requirements under the area of studies, not necessarily underneath the adequate education, which we feel that are important for our students to have when they leave the gate in 12th grade. So to get these changes made, there's quite a process here. Now, I think this is another area that we really do need to investigate because there's a lot of aspects and results of associated with for example, the teaching of cursive. And a lot of brain research out there on it now as well, and muscle memory. So in terms of how we address this one, the minimum public school standards incorporates a whole lot of things. How many custodians you might have in the building. It's not just what you learn through your instruction or curriculum. It's oftentimes the whole domain of what we call public education, and it deals with our competencies as well. But I think we gotta look at those academic standards too, you know, our assessment which we use as a result of the national assessment deals with certain standards which when adopted, and the last standards, for example, mathematics came out of the Common Core, which we now call the New Hampshire standards for career and college readiness. And the same thing with the language arts area. So we want to look at those standards which are applicable to those. I'm not so keen on always going to the minimum standards of public school approval. I'm looking for those standards which we want the kids to have when they leave the school. Where's the bar going to be and what do we need to teach? I'm a strong believer that some of the things we did when I started teaching back in 1970 after I came out of where I was an instructor at Maine Military Academy are still valid today. And there were a lot of things we did back then that we see the pendulum in education going back and forth. We are great at inventing things in education. You know, we look at open classrooms, classrooms without walls, classrooms with walls, and then we go on to how to teach science, inquiry science, and all this other stuff with the old ESS, SKIS programs and all that. And now we're into Representative Cascade, you know what I'm talking about. And so this is an area that I think we as a committee really need to look at. And we, at the end result, Representative Luno, is we got to do what's best for the kids. Yeah, so I think we're all there on that. It's the kids which we're trying to get ready for this world. So I don't have all the answers. You know, I've been around a long time, but I'm not ready to give the ghost up. I think there's some things which we have to do and accomplish here in education, and this may be one. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else for School Board Association? Now saying thank you. Are there any other folks that want to testify on this bill 170? If not, we're going to slam the gavel down and call it a day. Thank you very much. So tomorrow we meet again, and we meet first over in Reps Hall across the way.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow's in reps.
Yeah,
Yes, tomorrow morning.
Oh, that's because that's the one.
Yeah, we, in the morning we're over there. In the afternoon, we have a couple bills on this side. Yeah. Get on the web and look at all the new bills which are coming at us. We're seeing over 30 bills now with fiscal notes. Yeah.
9:30.
I didn't want to throw this into the education, but the simple solution to this is to link it to driver's ed. Because they have to sign a legal document in script and say you can't take driver's ed if you can't do basic.
You know, I watch my junior high kids now, and they are absolutely laboring to sign their name now.
Oh, yeah.
And they're holding their pen. It's just ridiculous how they do it.
They're right here. I think they're off.
There should be a card for Becky in here, some for 170 too. I saw one initially.
And they don't often don't sign.
Yeah, maybe it got mixed up in one of these almost over here. I'm not going to mess your stuff.
Right, I'm just gonna hand these copies out. Do you have, let me give you one, make sure you have one of each.
Okay.
That was for 170 also?
I don't care if it's straight out the shop.
See, here's the one for Becky, right here. And it's 170. And see, this is the 147 pot.
Okay.
Now, did she also do anything here?
The reason is because I think she was